Check, check, check. Also,
Good morning, everyone. We will be getting started in about 5 minutes. If you are a speaker in one of our panel sessions, we invite you to sit along the front row where it says reserved. But otherwise, please get your tea and coffee, and we'll be getting started in 5 minutes. Thank you. Good morning. May I ask everyone to start taking their seats so we can begin our program? This one? Yes. And then I want to move this out too far. Okay. Yeah. Move it to that way? This way. Because it's too far. We'll bring it in. And then this is too far. Oh, it's fine. Since you're first to go. May I ask everyone to take their seats so that we can start the program, please? Yeah.
You want to get Ambassador Ali to sit down? उधर है. No, इधर not. It's just, no. They apparently went to the Hoeschild consulate in the morning. All of a sudden, after she went on board yesterday. All right. Good morning. May I have your attention, please? We'll get started. Perfect. Firstly, thank you very much. Good morning. It looks like the weather let up. It was supposed to be raining today, but it's a beautiful day outside. My name is Adita Ramji. I work with the University of California, Davis. I serve as the director for the Global South Center, which essentially focuses on emerging markets. But I also have the privilege of hosting the secretariat at UC Davis for the California Africa Partnership. And this would not have been possible without the leadership of the state. Secretary Mashakin, the California State Secretary for Transportation, Director Sam Asefa, the governor, and many other leaders of the state. I know some of you are here, Commissioner Gallardo, have been very instrumental in helping drive this partnership over the past 18 months. This journey began in October of 2024, when California felt that it was, as it expanded its engagement internationally and globally on climate, one of the continents that was missing as part of its engagement was Africa. And so in what I, as part of my earlier career, having served in government, one of the fastest moving bureaucracy I've ever seen on across the oceans, in about 8 months, we had the government of Kenya and California sign a historic MOU in September of 2025 last year. And then in November at COP, the government of Nigeria and California also signed an MOU. And this gave the foundation for what is now known as the California Africa Climate and Economic Partnership. And the name has significance. When we started off, it was a climate partnership. But it quickly evolved into making sure that any climate transition that we look at cannot be bereft of making sure that economic development, especially in developing markets, goes hand in hand with that effort. And so with that, I really appreciate everybody being here and your interest. And hopefully today will be a day that you will go away with a lot of takeaways. Today's program is actually the second forum. We hosted one last year. And before we had these formal partnerships. But today is the first time we're doing this after these partnerships are set. And we've made significant progress. So in today's program, as you will hear through the course of the next few hours, you will actually, each session has been curated because these are topics that we've made progress on and are moving forward on with our partners in Africa. With that, let me, I have the privilege of introducing first my leadership and boss, Dr. Alyssa Kendall, who's the director of the Institute of Transportation Studies at UC Davis, to help kick us off. Alyssa.
All right, good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to welcome all of you to the California Africa Climate and Economic Forum. I hope that you're here and inspired to help us shape a burgeoning partnership that is forward-looking and really looking at impact, right? This is about seeing impact happen. But I want to begin by recognizing the distinguished partners who join us here from Kenya, Nigeria, and across the African continent. I especially want to welcome, looking for him here, Ambassador Mohammed from Kenya and Dr. Majikadun, who's Director General of the National Council on Climate Change Nigeria. They have been instrumental leaders in pushing this forward and have shown unwavering support in developing the partnership from its inception to here where we are today. This wouldn't be a partnership without California leaders either. So I'd like to recognize Secretary Mashakin and his team at CalSTA, and of course, Director Sam Asefa and the team at the Governor's Office. Your vision and support really powered this remarkable partnership that has grown. I would like to acknowledge colleagues at the Bay Area Council as well, including Alex Ford and my ITS Davis team, especially Adita, Ramji, and his team for their remarkable commitment and effort for making today happen, this forum today, but also for making this partnership flourish. Finally, I want to recognize the generosity of our sponsors. As you can see, we have San Francisco International Airport, Uber, Beam, Red Horse Constructions, and Zooks, who have made today's forum possible. So a little more on the forum. I think this forum, we can think about it as being grounded in an urgent premise that climate action and economic development are not competing with one another. In fact, they're intertwined. And the pathway to sustainable development actually runs through, clean energy, advanced mobility, innovation, smart agriculture, and effective investment. What we do now will not just determine environmental outcomes for this generation, but will actually determine the future of jobs, of infrastructure, of health, all across the African continent. Over the past year, California's engagement with African countries have moved from dialogue, promising dialogue, to actual frameworks, to a pathway forward. The California, Kenya, and Nigeria, California-Nigeria MOUs created this framework, and I think we can see that it's working across sectors and across borders already, which is really remarkable. And we at UC Davis, led by the Global South Center at the Institute of Transportation Studies, are truly honored to serve as the secretariat for these agreements and really foster the outcomes that we're looking to see. I think we all know strong partnerships require more than just shared intent. They require coordination and institutional trust and the ability to translate common priorities into practical collaborations. And at its core, the partnership is grounded in mutual learning. It's not a top-down model, but hopefully a platform for Californian and African partners to work together, and to work together on solutions that are evidence-based and responsive to local and regional priorities. We're starting to see partnership translate into tangible projects. Dr. Ramji already mentioned some of the work that's already happening there. In Kenya, for example, the Global South Center has served as the technical advisor to the State Department of Transport, supporting thematic working groups under the e-mobility policy implementation framework, and serving as technical partner to the Vehicle Efficiency Working Group. We're also advancing the Africa Clean Transportation Initiative and a proposed Center of Excellence on Sustainable Transportation for Africa, which will be headquartered out of Nairobi. These efforts are part of a broader commitment to building the capacity and institutional relationships needed to support climate resilient and low carbon growth in Africa. The same spirit that is underpinning these relationships and these tangible projects should guide our discussions today. The sessions ahead reflect both the scale and the opportunity and seriousness of the work required. From transportation and energy to agriculture and finance, they will focus on how partnership can help turn shared priorities into practical, resilient, and investment-ready solutions. The forum gives us an opportunity to envision how we continue to move beyond broad alignment and begin identifying where we continue to grow these outcomes, whether through technical assistance, joint research, institutional partnerships, pilot efforts, or structured agency-to-agency engagement. Our hope is that today helps sharpen the priorities and clarify where longer-term institutional support in particular will matter most. And Kenya and Nigeria are important anchors in this partnership, but we hope this opportunity extends well beyond them, and that the forum serves as an opportunity for California and African partners to work together in ways that help countries across the continent leapfrogging toward cleaner and more inclusive growth. So thank you again for being here and for the commitment that I think every person in this room brings to the forum. And I look forward to learning from our distinguished speakers and panelists that will be presenting today, and to the discussions that help turn priorities and discussions into durable, outcome-oriented collaborations.
Thank you, Alyssa. Next, I would like to invite Aaron Hammond from the Bay Area Council. They are our partner in crime. We could not have been where we are today without the support and the help of the Bay Area Council in helping take this implementation forward. Aaron.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you all for coming today. Today's forum is really important. It represents something important. It's a first of its kind platform for sustained and enduring collaboration between California and our African partners. And it's not at a moment too soon with global growth, climate being critically important in today's geopolitical environment. All the geopolitical uncertainty that exists today, partnerships like this are absolutely critical. They create the trust and enable the clarity so that we can have sustained economic partnership and push these things forward. There's a lot of people that I want to thank today. I probably won't get to everybody, so I don't want you to feel left out. But first off, I want to thank Secretary Toko Mashakin for his leadership in the creation of the California African Climate and Economic Partnership. It's this initiative that creates the bedrock for all of this work to actually begin. I want to thank our partners from Nigeria and Kenya for being here today. I think we all know that international travel is difficult, particularly today with canceled flights and uncertainties. So I'm extremely grateful for you all for being here today. Your engagement, especially during our delegation last summer, really helped bring clarity to the most important overlapping priorities that we can see between our partners here. To our partners of the UC Davis Center for the Global South, thank you for helping to build the institutional framework and backbone that will help progress this forward. And there's many other folks that I'd like to thank, including Secretary Sam Masaifa from the Governor's Office, our sponsors today. They help make this possible. I want to thank the Exploratorium for this absolutely gorgeous forum today. This is very beautiful overlooking the water. The Bay Area Council is honored to be a part of this partnership. We represent industries from energy to infrastructure to technology and finance, agriculture, and more. And it's these industries that see the opportunity in the near term of deepening and strengthening the relationships with the African economies. Strong relationships are the bedrock for success. And the priorities that we're seeing across the African economies, energy, digital mobility, infrastructure, agriculture, these are the things that California is really good at. But no less important, the innovation, the potential of the African continent is also critical to California's future success. You can't have one without the other. When strong relationships exist, this creates the alignment that we need for not only strong investment, but strong projects, and it creates a foundation for actually economic collaboration to progress forward. And that's what this platform is all about. That is what we're here today to speak about. This is the second forum that we've had, and we expect to have many more. And we look forward to building on this partnership together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aaron. Next, I have the privilege of inviting Anne Richardson from the Exploratorium. The venue is significant for us. Thank you very much once again for allowing us to host this year and being a great partner. And I think it really signifies what we're out to do in terms of learning and application. Anne.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Exploratorium. We are so thrilled to have you here today. How many of you have been to the Exploratorium before? Oh my God. Okay, awesome. How many of you are here for the first time ever? Fabulous. Okay, good. I hope that you get some time while you're here to explore the exhibits downstairs, well, and in this room, but also downstairs. One of the reasons we love hosting forums like this is because you're here in a place where the backdrop is learning. Dr. Kendall said that this partnership is actually rooted in learning. Learning comes first. And you can all be here today as learners first, which I think is a great place for starting your relationship and trying to get at these really tough problems that we're trying to solve together. So I got invited to share a little bit with you about the Exploratorium and what we're up to in the world. So the Exploratorium was founded in 1969 by Dr. Frank Oppenheimer, physicist, and his name might sound familiar to you from the atomic bomb. And Frank felt that after that, what he realized was really important is that people were able to learn about and understand the world around us. That if we could believe that we actually are capable of learning and capable of understanding and curious about ourselves, about one another, and the world that we inhabit, maybe we could make better decisions together as a society. And we still really believe that today. And when we look at the challenges that we face, they require us to be able to take multiple perspectives, to be able to handle engaging with trade-offs and uncertainty, to dive into complexity. And curiosity and learning are really at the heart of all of that. That's what comes first. We really believe that the future needs curiosity. The Exploratorium is known as a global platform for learning innovation. We have been here inventing for the last 60 years or so ways for people to engage with and learn about the world around us. And we continue to do that. We are an R&D first institution. This is where a lot of the experiences you may have seen around the world were developed. We test things here with real visitors and real learners to find out what actually works. And then that has spread worldwide through lots of means. We also do professional development for teachers and museum educators. And most recently, we've been partnering with people all over the world to create brand new science centers like this one, but rooted in their local communities. We partnered with the National Confederation of Industry in Brazil to bring SESI Lab to Brasilia in 2022. In 2023, we opened the Kiewit Luminarium in Omaha, Nebraska, in partnership with Heritage Omaha. And today we're working with partners in Asia. You may have seen a recent announcement that we're building a new science center in Seoul, Korea, which we're very excited about. We're also working with the Giant Magellan Telescope to bring a visitor center to La Serena, Chile, where the telescope will be based. And this is really important work for us because this is a different kind of infrastructure that we also need. It's the infrastructure to support curiosity and creativity, to support the learning and innovation that we need to address all these challenges. We're also beginning a new partnership with a group in Kenya called Nemayana, the Africa Museum for Science and Technology. This is a brand new effort that's just getting off the ground. There's a coalition of support that's starting to happen now, the really strong interest in informal science learning, creating more ways. School is important, and we need more than that. We need other ways to bring people into curiosity and creativity to really get in touch with other ways to learn about the world around them. So we're very excited about that effort, and we're happy to connect with any of you later today if you'd like to learn more about it. But I'd like to leave you now with my appreciation for you all being here. This kind of effort doesn't happen without collective leadership of all of these people thinking together and dreaming about the future world that we want to create. So thanks for being here today.
Thank you, Anne. I did visit the Exploratorium the first time yesterday, so it's really cool. Next, I really have the privilege to invite Ambassador Ali Mohammed, the Special Envoy for Climate for the Government of Kenya. He is someone I have had the privilege of working with now for a year, and I've come to greatly respect and admire his leadership and his guidance as we've been helping implement this partnership. Ambassador Mohammed.
Well, thank you very much. And good morning, all. Let me begin by recognizing my good friend and brother, Secretary Talks, Mashakin, and brother Sam, the director in the governor's office, and Alyssa, who is leading the Institute of Transport Studies, my good sister from Nigeria, who is the Director General for the Presidential Commission, and all of you distinguished guests. It is a pleasure to be back here in San Francisco. A year ago, we launched the California-Africa Climate and Economic Partnership that is rooted in shared ambition. Today, I come back here to speak about delivery. The world we are meeting in has changed since last year. Multilateral cooperation is under strain. Trade flows are contested. And things we took for granted a year ago, such as broad consensus on climate, steady momentum behind climate action, and predictable finance cannot be assumed anymore. The conflict in the Gulf region has also brought back an old lesson with fresh force. Every time oil markets lash on the headlines, countries that import their energy pay for shocks they cannot control. This old lesson has been repeated so often that our failure to learn it has become part of the problem. At the same time, some of the most practical solutions are now found within climate action itself. Above all, in renewables. That is why climate action is more than reducing emissions. It is also about building economies that are more resilient, less exposed, and better positioned for the future. California, we believe, understands this well. Its embrace of clean technologies has helped redefine climate action as a driver of growth, innovation, and industrial advantages. Kenya, too, understands this. More than 90% of our electricity is already clean and comes from clean sources. We have set ourselves the ambition of reaching 100 gigawatts by 2050 to fuel modern industry, electrify transport, strengthen food systems, and power the digital and AI economy of the coming decade. We are building an economy that is harder to push around. And Kenya does not come to this podium only for itself. As chair of the Committee of African Heads of State and Government, referred to as CAHOSC, His Excellency, my President, President William Ruto of the Republic of Kenya, leads continental agenda that treats climate action as a strategy for development. An agenda of people and an economy that delivers jobs, dignity, and prosperity. Our task is to turn that direction into institutions, into markets, into investment, and into delivery. That is the lens through which we see our partnership with California. Earlier this month, we convened the ministries, the agencies, and the private sector leaders in Nairobi to review progress under the Memorandum of Understanding that we signed between California and Kenya on the margins of the UN General Assembly last year, September, in New York. We are now into a phase focused on delivery. The partnership is beginning to take shape around practical areas where there's real alignment and real economic value. Mobility is one of the clearest examples of the partnership taking practical shape over the past year. Kenya is advancing its national electric mobility policy with support from UC Davis. Nairobi will host the Africa Clean Transport Center of Excellence, and a broader ecosystem is beginning to emerge around the shift to clean transport, from standards and regulations to charging infrastructure, finance, and urban planning. The same logic also applies in our energy sector. Kenya is prioritizing commercial and industrial renewable deployment, storage and green flexibility, and the emerging value chains of green hydrogen and green ammonia. These are areas where our conversation moves quickly from emissions to competitiveness, as clean power has become a strategic economic input. It will influence where industries locate, how products are made, and which countries are best positioned in the markets now taking shape. That same economic logic runs through agriculture. In Kenya, agriculture remains central to livelihoods, as I believe also here in California. It's also central to our food security and our economic stability. The task, therefore, is to build greater resilience while raising productivity, strengthening value chains, and creating more value at home. That is why this partnership is engaged in areas such as climate-smart agriculture, irrigation, resilient inputs, and agro-processing. It also runs through technology. Increasingly, the climate economy depends on data, software, and innovation systems that shape how energy agriculture, and finance work in practice. That is becoming an important part of Kenya-California partnership, and the growing links between our universities are helping to carry it forward. We're very grateful to UC Davis for providing the secretariat of the partnership. For example, the University of California, San Francisco is delivering a fully sponsored AI and machine learning program for final year female STEM students from Kenyan universities. The world has changed since we stood here last April. Many of the assumptions, as I said earlier, on climate action was built upon have shifted on our feet. But three things have not changed. The physics has not changed. Kenya faces droughts, floods, and the pressure on food systems. California, we also know, still faces wildfires, heat, and water stress. The atmosphere does not care about headlines. Africa's trajectory has not changed also. It's being shaped by young and entrepreneurial population, determined to build, determined to trade and innovate at far greater scale. It's backed by vast renewable potential, critical minerals, and the market-making promise of the institution called the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, AFCTA. A continent eager to partner and to determined to define its future on its own terms. And the logic of the partnership has not changed either. California brings technology, research depth, capital, and the extraordinary culture of innovation. Kenya brings abundant renewable resources, an entrepreneurial workforce, a fast-growing innovation ecosystem, and a strategic access to an East African market of more than 300 million people. Those are real strengths. But moments like this are defined by whether we act on what we say and the convictions that we take forward. That is the spirit in which Kenya is approaching this partnership. We are establishing a joint working group to move this agenda forward with discipline. And we are bringing forward a pipeline of real opportunities across transport, energy, agriculture, and technology. To our Californian partners here today and in all of California, in Kenya, you will find a government that is committed, a private sector that executes, and a country ready to partner and to build. And to all of us, in a more difficult world, cooperation, as was said earlier, is a strategy. If we get this right, this partnership will stand for something larger than itself. It will show how climate cooperation, grounded in real economic interests, can help shape the next era of growth. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Ali. Next, I have the privilege to invite the Director General Majikadun of the Nigerian National Council on Climate Change. She had just taken over when we landed in Nigeria last year in August, and we've come a long way since then. But DJ, thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real privilege and honor to be here today in San Francisco. I'm very excited, 17 and a half hours to get here, but first of all, I want to greet my brothers, Senator Tokso Mashakin, Governor Davis, and my brother from Kenya, Ambassador Ali Mohammed. Thank you so much. It's been so nice to see you. Distinguished guests, partners, from all of our partners on here, from the Bay Area Council, CalSTAT, Exploratorium, and UC Davis. It's so nice to be here once again. I remember just about 9 months ago when you all came over to Abuja. It was Nice to have the big delegation. So it shows that we're moving in progress to be able to be here today. So I'll start with my speech. It's a great honor to address you all today at the 2026 California Africa Climate and Economic Forum. We often say that climate change knows no borders. Our task, therefore, is to ensure that climate solutions are not constrained by them either. In Belém, Nigeria and California demonstrated precisely that when we signed our Memorandum of Understanding under the Amazonian canopy. That moment was more than ceremonial. It was the laying of a bridge across the Atlantic, connecting Africa's largest economy with one of the world's most dynamic centers of innovation, technology, and climate leadership. California and Nigeria may be separated by geography, but we are united by a common conviction that the transition to a low-carbon, climate-resilient future is not a burden to be endured, but an opportunity to be seized. It is, in fact, one of the defining economic opportunities of our time. This Memorandum of Understanding is significant because it moves beyond outdated assumptions of donor and recipient. It reflects a new model of cooperation, anchored in mutual respect, shared learning, and practical ambition. California brings globally recognized experience in regulation, innovation, technology, and market development. Nigeria brings scale, talent, natural resource potential, entrepreneurial energy, and a strong determination to chart a development pathway that is both climate smart and economically transformative. Together, we are demonstrating that partnerships between the global North and the global South can be grounded in shared value, shared responsibility, and shared prosperity. For Nigeria, this partnership is ultimately about implementation. It is about using collaboration to unlock technology, strengthen institutions, deepen policy coherence, and mobilize investment towards sectors that matter most for our future. Nigeria's pathway to net zero is ambitious, we all know that, but it is rooted in the practical realities of development, energy access, industrial growth, and the needs of a population of over 240 million people, projected to rise significantly in the decades ahead. Our priorities are clear. First, sustainable urban transport. We must move people and goods more efficiently across our cities and across the region. This requires cleaner mobility systems, better planning, and accelerated deployment of zero-emission transport solutions. Second, methane abatement. As a major energy producer, Nigeria recognizes the importance of tackling methane as one of the fastest and most effective ways to reduce near-term warming. Through this partnership, we are keen to draw on California's expertise in methane detection, measurement, and mitigation to strengthen our own systems, improve data integrity, and unlock practical emission reduction opportunities. Third is climate-smart agriculture. Our farmers are on the front lines of climate impacts. From desertification to extreme heat and water stress, we see strong value in learning from California's experience in soil health, irrigation efficiency, resilient value chains to support food security and agricultural productivity. Fourth, green ports and low carbon fuels. With Nigeria's strategic coastlines and growing aviation and maritime sectors, there is a real opportunity to reimagine key transport hubs as greener, more efficient gateways for trade and growth. Fifth, renewable energy. Nigeria is blessed with abundant solar resources, and we must harness these more effectively to power homes, businesses, and communities, particularly those currently underserved by the grid. Sixth, critical mineral and industrial value chains. Nigeria's reserves of minerals such as lithium, manganese, nickel, and others present an opportunity not only for extraction, but for value addition, local industry, and stronger integration into emerging green supply chains. Seventh, electric mobility. one of my favorites. Clean technology deployment. By combining California's technology maturity with Nigeria's fast-growing market and innovation ecosystem, we can support progress in electric vehicles, charging infrastructure, batteries, and smart energy systems. Eighth, new energies, Nigeria's renewable energy potential. Alongside its role within the broader energy landscape, creates opportunities to explore future-facing industries, including hydrogen, ammonia, methanol, and other low-carbon fuel pathways. Lastly is the ninth, high technology and innovation ecosystems. There is significant scope for collaboration between California's investors, accelerators, research institutions, and Nigerian innovators to scale practical solutions in fintech, agri-tech, energy management, and digital climate services. We also see potential in the area of carbon markets. Nigeria and California are well positioned to advance conversations around high-integrity carbon market development by combining California's technology and regulatory experience with Nigeria's considerable pipeline of climate mitigation opportunities. From clean cooking to nature-based solutions and beyond, there's room to build credible frameworks that support climate ambition while delivering sustainable development benefits. Nigeria is engaging California not simply because of what California has achieved, but because of the lessons embedded in that journey. The successes, the setbacks, the policy choices, these can help motivate and move others more effectively. We are particularly interested in the knowledge exchange, institutional strengthening, technical capacity building, and the development of practical pilot initiatives that can demonstrate impact. As we look ahead to COP31, 32, and beyond, this partnership can serve as an important example of what effective climate cooperation should look like in the years ahead. At a time when global momentum can sometimes feel uneven, partnerships of this kind provide continuity, credibility, purpose. I'll repeat that. Partnerships of this kind provide continuity, credibility, and purpose. We therefore need to be intentional about the steps and the next phase of this relationship. We should promote regular dialogue, which we have been doing, technical exchange on areas and new areas, carbon markets, renewable energy integration, methane action, and our climate finance. We're looking to working more on a practical pilot initiative that can demonstrate what this partnership can deliver on ground. And we look to document the progress in a more efficient manner, in a way that will contribute to the wider global conversation on how subnational and national actors can work together to accelerate implementation. And so to our friends and partners from California, let me say this: Nigeria values this relationship because it is forward-looking, it's solutions-oriented, and is grounded in shared ambition. We believe this collaboration can help build a more resilient, innovative, and sustainable future, while showing that climate partnership across continents can be both principled and practical. And so let us draw on California's culture of innovation and Nigeria's spirit of enterprise and resilience to build a model of cooperation that is meaningful, credible, and replicable far beyond our two jurisdictions. On that note, I say a big thank you.
Thank you very much, DJ. Partnerships cannot be built without good leadership. Both Ambassador Ali and DG have said, and on the state of California side, we had that with Secretary Mashakin, who really was the force behind getting us going on this. Secretary Mashakin, I have the privilege of having you join us here for your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Karibu. Well, Ekaro. Some people in the room know what I'm talking about. Not everybody does. A very good morning, everybody. I am so honored and thrilled that we have a full house. here as we have the second annual California Africa Climate and Economic Forum. This is a big deal that we are coming together as a subnational government to engage with national governments and subnational governments on the African continent. But to get to a day like today, there are so many people that work behind the scenes. Before I thank the great leaders in this room, there are so many people that work behind the scenes to make this happen. But before I even thank them, I want to recognize and thank our boss in California government, Governor Gavin Newsom. I think it's been referenced on a few occasions already in a few remarks, the global tension that we face. And in the midst of that global tension, with the lack of, some would argue, the needed leadership from the United States, Governor Newsom has been on the global stage representing very much California on all these issues, climate, economic issues. He's been that representative. So many kudos to our Governor Gavin Newsom for his leadership and support for this effort. He met with several of the leaders that you've heard from this morning already. So kudos to him. Also want to recognize our team at the California State Transportation Agency. There are so many people that were heavily engaged on getting us to this day, including, but I want them to just stand, if they don't mind, all over the room. Caltrans and CalSTA team. Bonnie is already standing. The rest of the transportation team in the room, if you don't mind, give these guys a round of applause. Yeah. Thank you so much, Caltrans and CalSTA team. Also, UC Davis, the team that you've heard from already, Adita, Dr. Kendall, thank you so much for all that you do. Also, the Bay Area Council, they have been a critical partner. UC Davis has been the one that has been hosting the developing secretariat, but Bay Area Council has been just absolutely instrumental and critical. So thank you for everything that you guys have been doing as well. Alex and Aaron, thank you so much. Give them a hand. UC Davis and the Bay Area Council. Also, need to recognize some of my counterparts. I get a lot of credit for helping to get us launched in this effort a few years ago, but I've got some critical counterparts that have been by my side, by our side to get here. Director Sam Asefa, you're going to hear from him. He's the director of the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation. You're going to hear from him at the end of the day. He's going to close us out. Director Asefa, please stand and be recognized. Also, Commissioner Gallardo. Commissioner, please stand, is also present. She is one of the commissioners of the California Energy Commission. All the energy efforts that we're leading, her and Chair Hoeschild. You will hear from Chair Hoeschild, another one of Governor Newsom's appointees. You will hear from him also at some point later today. And I'll just thinking, there's so many people I'm going to recognize at the networking reception later. I'm not going to be able to recognize everybody now, but at the networking reception. But I just want to finally touch on the importance of the African leaders who are here, who have traveled this far to come and join us. Starting again with Nigeria, where we just concluded, DG, Director General Majikadun, thank you so much. 17 hours is nothing. 17 hours is just a short walk down the street. But you and your team, Michael Evenso, from the Nigerian National Council on Climate Change, thank you for the partnership, the burgeoning partnership, and all the work that we're doing together. Also want to recognize some other people from Nigeria. Mr. George Itomi has been a very important partner for us. Mr. Itomi, thank you very much. The Vice Chancellor of Veritas University, Reverend Professor Ichoku, Please stand to be recognized as well. He's here. Special advisor to the governor of Lagos State, Jermaine Sanwo-Olu, is here as well. Thank you very much for being here. And to Kenya, you've heard from Ambassador Ali Mohammed. Let me just say about Ambassador Mohammed, who we've been working with now for almost 2 years on this effort. He has been just so critical and instrumental to all the advancements that we've made, including getting us an important meeting with his boss, the president of Kenya. So Ambassador Ali Mohammed, thank you to you and your team for everything that you've been doing to help us advance this partnership. Also Captain Paul from Kenyan Airways and Anthony Bond from the general manager of Kenyan Airways is also here. Where are they? From Kenyan Airways, they're somewhere in the room. Oh yeah, thank you guys for being here. So we have Kenyan Airways representatives here. From the DRC, Celestine Kimbeba, thank you so much for being here. So you also have the Congo, the DRC represented in the house. Thank you very much. From Uganda, David Gonosa, thank you for being here. Thank you, really appreciate it. From Ethiopia, representing Ethiopia, Zembede Ngetu, the co-founder and CEO of CBE Capital Investment Bank. Thank you as well. Thank you as well for being here. And finally, I just want to thank again the Exploratorium and so much for hosting us at this important forum. Hopefully we get a chance to do this for many more years to come. As you can see, we have a completely packed house. And I also see from the Lieutenant Governor of California, several representatives here. For those of you who are not familiar with it, the Lieutenant Governor of California, the number 2 person in the state, is our, so to speak, ambassador. She represents California around the world, and she's actually a former ambassador. She's the ambassador to Hungary. Her team is here, so I just want to thank them as well. Lieutenant Governor of California, Eleni Koulonakis. So thanks to Lieutenant Governor Koulonakis. So, delegates, friends, colleagues, today's forum brings together 2 places that are deeply relevant to the future of the global economy and the future of climate action: California and Africa. California is now the 4th largest economy in the world. And if we look at Africa, we see a different but equally compelling story. One of both size and quite a bit of momentum. According to the African Development Bank, 12 of the world's 20 fastest growing economies in 2025 were African, and their growth exceeded 5% in at least 22 countries. 5% in 22 countries. For comparison, if you're wondering, in the United States, our economy last year grew by roughly 2%, 2.1%. So when we bring California and African partners together, we're bringing together a global innovation economy and one of the world's most important growth frontiers. And for me, this partnership is deeply personal. I am proud to be Nigerian American. I was born in the United States to Nigerian parents, and I spent most of my childhood growing up in Nigeria. Those experiences shaped how I see the world and gave me a lived understanding of Africa's challenges related to transportation and things like energy. But also, it gave me a glimpse into the resilience and ambition of the African people. In both California and African countries, climate issues are real. Last year, I was joined by several people in this room, several delegates from California, who joined us on a partnership visit to Kenya and Nigeria, alongside business leaders and academic and policy representatives as well. Those delegations included meetings with the Honorable President William Ruto of Kenya and several of his cabinet members. Also in Nigeria, we met with President Tinubu's cabinet members as well, several members of his team. We also met with Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu in Lagos, as well as we met with several clean transportation companies, research institutions, and community-based initiative leaders. Those efforts led to important milestones in record time. As was noted already, in September of 2025, just 7 months ago, California signed an MOU with Kenya at Climate Week in New York. Just a couple of months later, in November of 2025, California signed an MOU with Nigeria at COP in Belém, Brazil. Those agreements created a framework for technical exchange, policy alignment, and shared economic prosperity that will continue into the future. We are here today not only to celebrate partnership, but to sharpen it. By 2050, Africa's population is projected to reach 2.5 billion people. 2.5 billion people. More than 1 in 4 people in the world will either be African or live on the continent. That means Africa's future is a central story to the world's economy. One of the most important messages we can bring to this forum is that climate action and economic growth are not mutually exclusive. Since the year 2000, California's greenhouse gas emissions have fallen by 21%, even as our state's economy has grown 81% over the same period. California is advancing toward carbon neutrality by 2045 and is committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions to 40% below 1990 levels by the year 2030. Historically and per capita, Africa has contributed the least to the climate problem, yet it also bears some of the harshest impacts, including challenges such as environmental, developmental, food security, health, infrastructure, and economic justice areas as well. California's partnership with African countries is about supporting climate action across the board while learning from the leadership and priorities that countries are already demonstrating. Ultimately, what we want out of this is mutually beneficial outcomes for all sides. In Kenya, we are seeing momentum around clean transportation, renewable power, and innovative ecosystems. In Nigeria, we're seeing major opportunity in energy transition, mobility, finance, and commercial scaling. And if we get this right in Kenya and Nigeria, then we should be ambitious about what comes next, ultimately extending engagement across the 55 member states of the African Union. My hope for today is that we leave the second annual California Africa Climate and Economic Forum with a shared commitment to building a cleaner, more connected, and prosperous future for our people, for California, for Kenya, for Nigeria, Ethiopia, Uganda, the Congo, Ivory Coast, Ghana, on and on and on. And ultimately, for all the people in the United States and on the African continent. Again, friends, delegates, colleagues, we're so thankful that you've decided to join us this morning for this important discussion, and look forward to getting a chance to network with many of you as we wrap all the sessions that are about to come. And I'll be recognizing some other key people who are in this room during the networking reception when we get started. By the way, Chair Hoeschild, if you don't mind standing briefly and just wave. I'm going to put you on the spot. If you have any challenging questions about energy in California, he's going to try to run, but he's the chair, he's the governor's leader on energy for our state. Thank you for being here, Chair Hoeschild. And by the way, Chair Hoeschild just returned from Burundi, where he worked on a major solar effort for a hospital. He's very thankful for everything that you're doing across the continent. Again, everybody, a very good morning. Thank you.
Picture with you, Ambassador and DG. While we just move into the next session, may I just invite Ambassador Ali and DG to join a quick picture with Alyssa and Anne. I don't know if you're necessarily here. Oh, great. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Ramji. And it's my pleasure now to invite our speakers for our first panel, our aviation panel, Mr. Nagatu, Captain Doroge, Ms. Cook, and Dr. Murphy to please join in the front, and we'll start our first panel. Great. Well, thank you, everybody. And I didn't introduce myself properly when I was asking folks to sit down, but my name is Jason Hill. I work at UC Davis as a senior researcher. And this topic is near and dear to my heart because prior to joining UC Davis, I spent 15 years at the U.S. Department of Transportation's Office of International Transportation and Trade. And one of our leading projects was a program known as Safe Skies for Africa, which was a 20-year effort by the U.S. government to help our partners in key African markets, Ethiopia, Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria, among others, to reach and maintain, critically important, maintain the aviation safety standards required to fly to the United States. And so we call that here in the US IASA Category 1. And under that effort, we're very grateful to have been able to partner with Kenya Airways and our partners at the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority and KOSOA, which is the regional organization, to help make sure that Kenya Airways can access the United States. And this is really critically important for a lot of reasons. And first and foremost, it's about business. It's about connectivity. We can't trade if we can't get there. And so this is an enormous opportunity to unlock all the other benefits you're going to hear about today. But since we're in California, it's also critical that we talk about it from a sustainability lens. And so when we talk about, again, this economic and climate opportunity, how do we unlock these amazing opportunities, things like sustainable aviation fuel, and bring them to our partners and create partnerships with airport authorities, with investors, with our airline community? And how do we build those markets? And so we are going to hear from folks across that ecosystem today. And I'm so excited to have them. And so I know we're a little crunched for time. We've got an amazing agenda today. But I would like to maybe just jump into our first question, if that's all right. And I'll let you introduce yourselves as you answer. And since you come from this ecosystem, we've heard from our opening speakers about the power of connection, but we're also challenged by these questions around how do we do it sustainably? How do we meet those core goals as California to decarbonize, to bring these amazing low carbon fuels and technologies online? So let me just start by asking, how do we catalyze more air service between California and Africa? How do we meet this need? But how do we do it sustainably? And what are those first steps? So maybe I'll start with my colleague, Mr. Nagatu, since he comes from a finance background, so really the money that unlocks it. Then I'll go to my colleague from Kenya Airways, who will be flying, our colleague Aaron Cook from the airports, where they'll be landing. And then finally, my colleague, Dr. Murphy from UC Davis, who will talk about how do we build those markets to bring those fuels to sort of catalyze this effort. So Mr. Nagatu, please.
All right. Hello, can you hear me? Okay, now it's working. Good morning. You know, I'm going to try this again. Good morning.
Good morning.
That's more like this. We're in California, right? Listen, somebody said that it took them 17 hours to get here. It took me 27 hours to get here. So, yeah, I win. So I landed last night. I came from Ethiopia with a break in DC. So maybe I should be very clear. It didn't take 27. I spent 8 hours in DC. You did say I'm from the finance background. So I'm in the investment banking business. We run an investment bank and a private equity firm does a lot of work in the aviation business. In Africa, we worked with 14 airlines, and we are currently financing one of the world's largest airports, a $12.5 billion airport in Ethiopia, 110 million passengers. By the time it's finished in 4 years, it'll be amongst the 10 largest airports in the world. All right? So when you ask me what's the relevancy of aviation, obviously, we work with the largest airline in Africa. I saw on the agenda sustainable aviation fuel. Perhaps later on we'll talk about that. We're involved in that. So I do, as you can imagine, we're very bullish on aviation. It's sustainability, and I spend a lot of time around the world, so I appreciate the importance of aviation. I was in Asia 3 weeks ago, and somebody mentioned about the war, the Gulf War right now. Even in extremely wealthy countries in Asia, there's jet fuel shortages. So flights were canceled in Indonesia and Philippines. I was in China. China was okay. But other places, it's becoming very, very difficult. And Europe is about to face shortages of jet fuel. In Europe, imagine, of all those wealthy places. So we have to figure out a way for sustainable aviation to continue. But specifically in Africa, there's a saying, if you want to fly from one African country to another, you fly to Europe and come back. I mean, this is a fact. So we obviously leverage that when we do financing. We've raised billions and billions of dollars for African airports and airlines. So we do understand. Unfortunately, there's no direct flight between Africa and San Francisco. I know there's nothing actually from Africa directly. So perhaps those people from SFO and other places, we can talk about how do we, somebody, are you here? So maybe I'll talk to you later. We certainly would be happy to find a way, this vibrant community here with Silicon Valley and other places being here, there's no direct flight. So we'll be happy to work with you. I'm sorry, I missed the tour yesterday. I think you had one. Come back tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah, not 27 hours.
So we do, I mean, to summarize, we're only being in 3 minutes. It's critically important to have sustainable aviation, airports and airlines, and the linkages in Africa. Those of you who are interested in co-investing with us, we're happy to invest with you, certainly in the airline space, but also in the airports. So I'm supposed to pitch this airport deal in Ethiopia. So if there are American investors here, I'm tasked with raising $2 billion out of the $12.5 billion. So I'm on the roadshow. So there's plenty of capital here in California. And we'll be happy to structure it also, especially for American companies, to have a role, not in the construction and the technology aspects of the airport. Certainly a lot from the Silicon Valley area. And here's the final point. The airport, probably the civil infrastructure will be built by the Chinese, but the aircrafts that land in the airports are Boeing, made in America. Okay?
Well, thank you.
So that's just a brief summary of what we do.
Well, let me toss that to Paul, because I think one of the great things is we're seeing less of having to go to Europe, and thanks to the single African air transport market and a lot of these liberatory changes, it's becoming a lot easier to get around. So maybe you could speak a little bit about some of these opportunities to come here.
Morning, everyone. And let me start by saying Jambo, because that's synonymous with Kenya. My name is Paul Njoroge. I've worked for Kenya Airways. I've worked there for about 2 decades. And I'm currently the Director of Flight Operations and acting CEO for the airline. So in terms of connectivity between Africa and the US, obviously we have now some direct flights between the continent and the US market. Biggest challenge that we have is distance. So the Atlantic is quite huge, and then crossing over from Africa to the West Coast. So we had great conversations yesterday in terms of looking at getting direct flights all the way here. Now, you took 27 hours. We operate, so the aircrafts fly the shortest distance is called a Great Circle. And from Nairobi and from Addis or Kigali or even South Africa, all those flights to the East Coast are generally about 13 to 15 hours. And no aircraft manufacturer right now, Boeing, Airbus, has an aircraft that has the capability to do 18 or 19 hours with good payload. Now, let me say this: the aircraft fly to Australia from the A380. However, there's something that Africa has. Africa, in those areas, East Africa at least, is at very high altitude. So that does affect our payload coming into this area, so the West Coast. However, there could be innovations coming through Ghana, going through Senegal, that can allow us to fly from the African continent and not go north, in as much as north is not bad, from the African continent to California. So we had great discussions, and we'll continue with those discussions in terms of opening up the Silicon Valley. Kenya in itself has a lot of innovation, and we see our tech people coming to California, and there's a lot of exchange in terms of tech. We set up something called M-Pesa, which you may have heard of. So that's part of the innovation, and it's been studied by very many innovators, and that is one of the reasons why we would want to come to California. As part of the expansion and growing the aviation space, we are also looking to expand our airport. We've just done the design as a country, and the airport is due to, the proposals have been sent out, and the president has an ambitious plan to complete an additional 12 million capacity. Obviously, we're not that big, so aim is to grow from the current 7.5 million to grow to 10 million capacity in the short term, and then 22 million in the next 3 to 4 years. So very ambitious to make sure that you can get that growth. And Africa is due to grow and connecting within the African market. So we will do that, and we'll do it sustainably. So we'll talk about sustainability in a bit.
Absolutely, and I think that's a really critical point. So maybe let me toss it to Aaron now, and sort of on both sides, sustainability, but also just business development for airports. You know, we heard from Paul about that criticality of what they call fifth freedom, so the ability to stop in a country before they make it to their final destination, and be able to bring passengers from both, and that's what really makes that revenue generation potential possible. So maybe just talk a little bit about both of those sides of that coin.
Great. So hi, everyone. I'm Erin Cook. This is or just hold it really high. I'm Erin Cook. I run sustainability and resilience for San Francisco Airport. I've been there for about a decade, really helping shepherd SFO, actually form and then shepherd SFO on its journey to achieve zero energy, zero carbon, zero waste, water balancing, and then also recognize that we are dealing with really unique climatic and geologic conditions being in the Bay Area. So preparing our airport and our infrastructure and all of our people for those uncertainties that are in fact certain in the future. In terms of air service development, we have an incredible commercial team that is always looking for new opportunities, both in terms of supporting economic development in our region as well as others. SFO itself employs about 39,000 people, supporting our 58 million passengers across about 21 million square feet of building space. And I think we see this as an incredible opportunity to develop sustainable air service corridors with our partners in other locations as an opportunity for really exporting what we're learning and applying in our own location to those other communities, to those other countries, and then to the individuals that work and travel through those airports. So something we had an incredible opportunity yesterday, hosting so many of the wonderful delegates that are here today and representatives of our state. We were so honored to get to sit down and have discussions with you about what that air service corridor might look like. We learned a lot of constraints, but I think that it's the perfect opportunity to have that initial inaugural dialogue and then really get the boots on the ground to start thinking about how we activate these partnerships, whether, again, it's thinking about the alternative fuels that ideally we can lift up and solve for in our country as well as yours. We want to make sure that tank can come to SFO with sustainable aviation fuel and leave from SFO with an equal amount or equal parts of SAF. We are really growing and scaling that. And I think SFO has learned a lot about sustainable aviation fuel as the first airport to receive the fuel through pipeline. We're one of the largest users in the world right now, with more volumes coming online that are actually grown and based in California. So Phillips 66 right up the road from here. I was lucky enough to not lucky to leave all of the delegates yesterday, but I did go and tour that facility after we met. With one of our partners, British Airways, that is actually committed to a 1 ton of SAF coming to SFO through partnerships, their direct delivery, but also the IAG group that's going to be serving DHL. And so I see the opportunity there from what we've learned in supporting those airlines through working groups, in the incredible leadership of our state with the low carbon fuel standard, and also considerations around tax credits now, the opportunity to really share that policy playbook with other partners as we keep going. And then maybe the last piece, and I can speak about this more fully later, is just also, again, as we talk about on the ground, SFO is very lucky to participate in the Airport Council International World Environment Standing Committee, and then also join many of the UN Civil Aviation Organizations Committee on Environmental Protection Working Group, so that what we learn we can share and apply in their playbooks, research documents, and so on. So we have shared forth things like transportation decarbonization for ground fuels, ground transportation, things that we're also doing to decarbonize our buildings. One example, if anyone has luckily traveled through Harvey Milk Terminal 1, our newest terminal, that building uses 3/4 less operational energy than its predecessor. So, and it's largely all electric, not exactly quite, but our next terminal will be. I wasn't there when we started construction. So, but we've got great standards that I think we can play through and provide to other airports as they are looking to activate their campuses, build out spaces that are good for people and planet, and do so in deeper collaboration. So very much looking forward to that.
Great. Thank you so much, Aaron. And actually, just sort of in the interest of time, Colin sort of sits at the pivot point between my first question and my second question, really zooming into the energy space. And we heard from, Mr. Nagatu about the shortages you're seeing in Asia. I think Lufthansa just announced 20,000 flight cancellations due to inability to resource and source aviation fuel. How can we use that? How do we build that supply chain, that market? Because we know most of it's not even being made in Africa. I think Nigeria only recently brought on the first refinery for jet fuel on the continent. So how can we use this as an opportunity both to be more resilient and keep the markets going? How do we use it as a way to sort of move up the value chain on fuels? And just how do we start that process? How do we get those conversations going?
Yeah, so thanks, Jason. So for those who haven't met, I'm Colin Murphy. I co-direct the Energy Futures Research Group at ITS Davis, and I lead most of our alternative fuel research programs. And so SAF has been one of the areas where there's been a lot of interest in it over the last few years for obvious reasons. Aircraft, especially the aircraft that bring people across oceans, are going to need liquid fuels for the foreseeable future. And we're starting to see some aviation fuel that's not petroleum into the market. It's we call it SAF, even though the word sustainable is in the title. Not all of it is actually truly sustainable. In fact, there are definitely examples of some processes being made at scale today that are higher carbon than petroleum. But there's a lot of opportunity, and it absolutely can, when done right, offer us the ability to reduce emissions. The challenge is that the technologies that are either in the market right now or particularly close to the market they're all biofuels, and there's a limitation on how much biofuel can be produced. They all require land, people have to eat, animals have to eat, and there's just not enough land to really satisfy global demand for aviation fuels as well as shipping fuels. Marine long-distance transport is also going to need liquid fuels. So it's important that we keep leveraging the capacity. We need to make sure that we adopt a very high sustainability standards. We do not want to adopt more fuels that are making the problem worse in the near term. Anything that would involve sort of cutting down forests or other natural landscapes to expand cultivation. We know now that's a bad sign and not going to be helpful in the long term. What's really needed is a lot of clear vision and policy stability. One of the challenges in the alternative fuel space is it takes several years to take a SAF production facility from concept through financing through construction to bringing it online, and then it needs 10 years or more to pay back the substantial capital that goes into it. And this is a challenge in a world where the tools we have for understanding the environmental impacts as well as the economic impacts for a lot of these fuels are at best not up to the task. They're inadequate. We're learning more, and my colleagues and I are developing some of them as we speak. But there's a lot of uncertainty in this space. And so I think in the near term, even though I've spent most of my adult life working in the effort to slow climate change, and it's absolutely a crisis in the truest sense of the word, I am not by nature inclined to say go slow. In the case of biofuels, kind of a cautious risk-averse approach is actually warranted because there are risks if you do it wrong, and we have seen that happen. So it's find the right balance of adopting the things that we know can be helpful and creating the conditions where the fuels of the longer term that can give us deeper greenhouse gas reductions and are not limited by scale, particularly things like e-fuels, where you use electricity to synthesize liquid fuels out of carbon captured from the air or other sources. Those are the kinds of things that have a much stronger story to tell about giving us the volumes of fuel we need at the very low carbon intensity we need to meet the challenge of climate change over the long run. In the nearer term, biofuels can absolutely help. People say they're bridge fuels, and this is probably true, but it's a bridge that's going to be 30 to 50 years for us to get across. So there's a lot of need for it. And if we can get biofuels, even ones that potentially come from crops that can deliver with high certainty 10, 20, 30% greenhouse gas reductions over the volumes we're talking about over 30 years, that is a meaningful amount of benefit towards slowing the progress of climate change. So there's absolutely a role for those. And certainly would love to talk to any of you about the policy systems we've been studying over the last 10 years for how to effectively bring them to market and support them.
Thank you, Colin. Maybe let me go back to Mr. Nagatu, who's kind of looking at this from an experience of working across the aviation landscape. And we know that, Africa as well as international markets are very dynamic. And so how do we sort of activate this? And it'll be very different levels of scale in different places. Where to get started?
Right. All right. Okay. So hopefully you can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Right. So listen, I'll be honest with you. Since I'm bicoastal, the U.S. and then Africa, I get a chance to see what is going on in the rest of the world and where the U.S. is, and certainly in the aviation, sustainable biofuels, SAF, whatever we call the space, the rest of the world is advanced a lot more than the U.S. Okay, I mean this is a fact. I think the tone at the top said, I don't want to say climate change is a hoax, so that cascaded down to discouraging a lot, right? Okay, we're not going to get into politics today. We're in a blue state. So in Europe, for example, they have mandated by 2030, something like 10% of jet fuel has to be SAF or sustainable, right? In Asia, even more. I'll be honest with you. I'll do bullet points here. So that because we don't have I think the lady here has a clock that says 3 minutes. So bullet points of the key points. I was in Shanghai 3 weeks ago. 50% of the vehicles are EVs. 50%. The world's largest manufacturers of electric vehicles are in China. Something like 60, 70% of all EVs are produced in China and in the rest of the world. I'm originally from Ethiopia, so I lived part of the time in Ethiopia. Ethiopia is the first country in the world to ban normal gas-powered cars. Today, you cannot buy gas-powered cars in Ethiopia. You would think that kind of innovation would come from the United States, right? Leadership, that kind will come. It didn't. So we need to figure out a way how they deserve a clap, right? So what I'm just suggesting, this amazing country with all kinds of innovation right here is lagging behind in a lot of areas when it comes. And next year, by the way, before I forget, COP32 is in Ethiopia, right? November 2027. So all of you, mark your calendars. It's going to be in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. So we're expecting 80,000 people. In Belém, they had 50,000, right? My good friend is sitting here, Sammy. By the way, I'm here because of him, right? We should congratulate this gentleman here for convincing me to fly 27 hours to come to California. And I think it turned out to be a beautiful place. So in summary, and then the final point, when we talk about biofuels and other things, again, we're investment bankers. We run a private equity fund out of Washington for emerging markets. One of the areas we focus on is renewable energy, innovation in the energy space. So we have a $500 million private equity fund, get this, based in Sao Paulo, Brazil, for Africa, which includes African agriculture, especially biofuel renewable. So if there's anybody here who's interested to co-invest with us, we have the capital, but we need the expertise in the energy across emerging markets, across Africa. Please, I'll give you my card. We can talk, and we'll partner with you. I'm a deal guy, so but I'm focused on the things that California is very strong at. Seriously, right?
Oh, yeah.
So please, let's do that. Anyways, so in general, in summary, I'm here for those of you who are interested in innovation. And the final point, where was EVs created? Where was the first Tesla produced? Right here in California, right? And so what we're doing is rapidly expanding EVs in Africa, especially in a country like Ethiopia. We're looking for partners in the infrastructure space of electric vehicles. Yep. We bring the capital, you bring the expertise. And that's the kind of innovation collaboration we hope to get out of this deal. Thank you.
No, thank you. And I hope you have your checkbook ready for Mr. Nagatu. He's ready to do some deals today. And I should just say, though, your point about China with EVs, the policies that China used were California's policies. And so they learned from stuff right here. And I think there's the lesson to be told in that in the SAF space, too. It's like, where are those places where maybe we're falling short on certain things, but the underlying foundation is here. And I think that's a part of this partnership, is where can we sort of take what works and build the foundation.
But less than 10% of vehicles in the United States are EV.
Session. So,
there is a session there.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
So let me go to Paul, and maybe just jump in, because when you're actually sort of looking at where your planes are flying, you're looking at where can you put in these drop-in SAF products. Like, how do you think about using these? I know it can be a little pricey versus conventional jet fuel. How do you make those decisions?
Right. So let me start by saying it starts with our focus and our strategic direction. So Kenya Airways has a sustainability department as we speak, which is a first step in terms of going towards a sustainability use of fuel and blending with the fuels that we use. At the moment, SAF is more expensive, obviously, than fossil fuel by more than 2 times. But our aspiration is, first of all, we've done a blended flight, Nairobi to Amsterdam, but it only had 2%. Our aspiration is to go to 5% of all our flights by 2030. Biggest issue that we have is the infrastructure to make sure that we have the SAF fuel in the airport. And that's why we have collaboration like we do today with looking at what SFO is doing and what the global world is doing to make sure that we can have sustainable fuel within our airport's infrastructure. And as we build the airport, to make sure that we have the fuels within the infrastructure. We aim to get to net zero by 2050. That's our ambition. So the fact that we've written it down, it's on our website. The fact that we've written it down means that we want to do it. And the country is a leader in terms of sustainability. So the ambassador just said 93% of our fuel, of our energy is green. So already we are seeing the country transforming into using electric vehicles, and a lot more electric vehicles are coming into the country. We have the potential to transform a lot of our houses and to use solar power, meaning that we will free up that electricity to e-mobility, and then we can free up the feedstocks towards aviation fuel. So the country is moving in the right direction. We need a strategic leadership to ensure that we see that in the aviation space. So as an airline, we are the leader in terms of moving towards there. The legislation has also been put in place in this year towards carbon emissions reductions and moving into sustainability fuel.
Can I just say that?
Yeah, please.
That is absolutely the right approach. You need to electrify everything that possibly can be electrified to free up the biomass resources and eventually the low carbon electricity resources to make the liquid fuels. There's a limited number of ways you can effectively make a sustainable liquid fuel because of the laws of physics. So it's best over the long run to try to get those into the areas that need them. And that's going to be a slow process because right now they're often going to, sort of heating, electrification. And this is why you can't look at the question of how do we produce SAF without considering the rest of the economy and everything else and trying to slowly move everything so the resources can be consolidated in the spaces that absolutely depend upon them.
Absolutely. And so I guess, given that time is a factor today, this is such a rich conversation that we are going to continue having. So these MOUs that the secretary mentioned, they are what's powering us moving forward. They are what gives us the frame for work that's going to continue for many years to come. But I just really want to thank Aaron and Nupur Sinha from SFO, who are a key sponsor to this event. So maybe, would you like to see us out on this panel with any sort of parting thoughts and sort of how do you sort of, as the airfield, bring this all together? You're where all of this converges and it happens. And so maybe you can give us our final thoughts on how to activate this.
I didn't realize the gold level sponsor got you the parting remarks.
It does. This is a note to others if you sponsor at that level. So, yeah.
I would just say, collaboration is key. Just to really echo your incredible words. Thank you. I think that we have an incredible opportunity to team up, to share best practices, to share technology, and not really, go beyond boundaries and borders. Now is really the time. This whole event at Climate Week has really just been about, we are on a trajectory to go beyond 1.5 degrees. And the only way to change that is to focus on stabilization, continue to focus on mitigation, and find even adaptation solutions. And we cannot do that in isolation. It is a team sport, and this is the team in the room that's going to get it done.
Well, thank you, Aaron. And on that, we will leave it.
Good. Thank you very much, Jason. And we'll move to our next session. As we pivot from aviation, we're going to start talking about ports and maritime, and then also talk about road transport, which is mostly our favorite subject. But before we get into our panelists, I have the privilege of inviting Chair David Hoeschild from the California Energy Commission to get us kicked off for this session, provide his opening remarks, and then I'll invite our panelists over for a discussion. Chair Hoeschild.
Well, good morning, friends. How's everyone doing? All right. I just wanted to begin just by noting, unfortunately, during the course of the Trump administration, there's been a lot of denigration of immigrants to this country, immigrants who don't look like me, right? And I want to just highlight the extraordinary contributions that immigrants from Africa have made to this state, to this nation, to our society, to our economy, and to climate solutions, and really recognize that today. Really exemplified by our amazing Secretary of Transportation here in California. Tokes has been a dear friend and partner, and organizing this and the trip to Nigeria, it was just wonderful. Let's give him a big round of applause. And, to just uplift your work, one of the things you've done that's so inspiring, we've been partnering a lot on transportation electrification. You did the single biggest procurement of electric vehicles of any Department of Transportation in the United States. I think 2,000 Rivians you got leading the way. So thank you. and congratulations. And thank you to Sam Assef as well, another dear friend who's been really instrumental in our leadership as a state on climate solutions and the kind of planning that we need to do, and just an amazing partner. I just want to paint a little bit of picture of what's happening here in California on climate solutions. We are a postcard from the future for the rest of the country on this stuff. And I want to note, we're now in a state where we're getting nearly 70% of our electricity on the grid is coming from clean sources of power. That's right. Alternative energy is the wrong word to use to describe renewables. Fossil is alternative on the grid today. We have more EV charging plugs in California than we have gasoline nozzles. We're adding 1,200 EVs a day, and some incredible projects just across the Bay. Oakland, California, first city in the United States to completely electrify its school bus fleet. 100% of the school buses in Oakland, 74 buses, 74 chargers are electric. And we know, by the way, that's a health issue. We know that diesel fumes get into the cabs and affect student health. It's also the largest vehicle-to-grid project in the U.S. We're building now the largest battery project in the world in California in Fresno County. We are building now 5 battery electric ferries for San Francisco Bay, the first fleet of battery electric ferries. We have, the electrification of rail between San Francisco and Silicon Valley. And now in our housing stock, we've gone from only 1% of new construction being all electric a decade ago to now over 80%. So we're getting there. We have to collectively tell this story better. The fossil fuel industry's budget for communications and public affairs in the United States is $4 billion a year. The renewables industry is $150 million. So we're getting outspent, 28-1. And so it's incumbent upon us to tell these stories together, and especially for our state to lean into partnerships with Africa. And I just wanted to close with one story. I have a dear friend of mine named Deo, who's from Burundi. He came to the United States as a refugee from the genocide. He just barely escaped with his life in the early 90s. And this was at a time when the US was actually accepting and welcoming refugees. He comes to Kennedy Airport, John F. Kennedy Airport, New York City, early 90s, speaks no English. He knows nobody in the United States. He has no place to stay. He's been given $200 when they sent him here. And so what do you do, right? He meets a baggage handler from Senegal in the airport, ends up staying with that guy for a week or so in Harlem, and then is homeless in Central Park for 5 months. Taught himself English, got a job delivering food for a grocery store, and met a woman on one of his deliveries who wanted to help him. He gets into Columbia University. From there, he got accepted to the Harvard School of Public Health. From there, Dartmouth Medical School. Goes back to Burundi. He raised $25 million to start a hospital in Burundi and to do reconciliation with the people who tried to kill him. And the construction of the hospital, right? This is a genocide that killed 300,000 people in Burundi, 1 million people in Rwanda. The construction of the hospital brought the community together. The same machetes that were used to kill each other were used to clear the road to build the hospital, right? So I was there a month ago. My big project to support him has been, we just installed a solar roof and a battery system. We had 20 outages a day at the hospital. With the solar and batteries, we turned it on a month ago, 0 outages. So I really wanted to just lift up Deo's, but I wanted to lift up Deo's story because I think we can all draw inspiration from what's possible. The incredible human spirit that displays, and the ability to reconcile. We're so divided in our society and our world now. And so I look, to the cradle of humanity, Africa also right now for me is the brightest light. And so I really wanted to just thank you, Tokes and Sam and everyone else who pulled this amazing event together. Great to be here, and we're looking forward to a good panel discussion. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Chair Hoeschild. I now have the privilege of inviting my panelists for this session. Let me start by inviting Kate Johnson, C40 Cities, if you want to just join me up here. Tim Leong from the Port of Oakland. Michael Lovenzo from the Nigerian National Council on Climate Change. And Tessa Sanchez from Uber. and my good friend Kanksha Jain from UC Davis. Perfect. Excellent. I will just do this from here because that'll be the easiest. But we have an interesting group. We're going to be talking ports and maritime and then shift to road transport. But let me maybe just begin, Kate, with you. When you think C40 cities, ports and maritime is not usually the top of the priority list. How did C40 cities come around to prioritizing ports and maritime decarbonization? And where do you think are actually the low-hanging fruits and opportunities in this space?
Great, thank you so much. Maybe first I'll just thank all of the partners for inviting me to join you today. For those of you who don't know C40 Cities, we're a network of nearly 100 cities around the world, including San Francisco and Los Angeles here in California, in 14 cities across the continent of Africa. So this is exactly the space that we want to be in, and we're really excited to see the growing partnership, at the multiple levels, between the state of California and the national governments in Africa. So I came to C40 about 4 years ago from the city of Washington, D.C., where I worked for about 8 years in climate. And those of you who know D.C. know we don't really have a port. We have some water taxis. And so I too was a little surprised when I came to C40 and learned about just the depth and breadth of our work in the maritime space. But when you think about it, we are a network of the world's largest cities. And where are the world's largest ports? They are in the world's largest cities. And so I think it's very natural that for many of our cities, as they're developing their decarbonization strategies, that ports are really front and center. And also recognizing that shipping has, obviously global economic benefits, but it's really the local communities in port cities that are bearing the brunt of the environmental and health impacts of the global shipping industry that we all benefit from. And so actually our ports and shipping program in many ways was born right here in California when the former mayor of Los Angeles, Eric Garcetti, was the chair of C40. He established one of the first green shipping corridors between the ports of LA and Long Beach and Singapore and Shanghai. And so from there, our work has really grown. And while it started very much from a place of addressing local environmental impact and air quality, I think what we've come to realize is that ports, because of the scale of economic activity, the scale of investment, they can really be catalytic in driving innovation in clean energy and transportation electrification. So you asked about a couple of the quick wins, although I don't know if my friend from the Port of Oakland would describe any of these as particularly quick. But where we've seen a lot of momentum is around shore power. So just by plugging in ships instead of burning fuel in port, you can have a really big, very quick impact on local air quality. And the other really fast-moving space we've seen is around electrifying all of the equipment at ports. So that includes all of, and I'll let you give all the technical terms for all this cool equipment, but then also the trucks. And I think this is where ports are really having spillover benefits, whereas they innovate on electrifying drayage trucks at ports, that is, having benefits really across, shipping and freight. So, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, Kate. Tim, let me come to you. California's Clean Ports program, as Kate just mentioned, has been very successful and has grown phenomenally. Port of Oakland, talking of cities and ports, you've been an early champion of this. If you would, I would love for you to elaborate on what has been that evolution for the Port of Oakland, and how do you work with your concessionaires and your shipping community to actually be able to make sure that their needs are met at the port while you are also investing in decarbonization solutions?
Well, I think we touched upon it in your earlier presentation, shore power. So shore power is a program where we plug in vessels as they're docked at our berths. And so that program for us, we've completed that well over a decade ago. So about 12 to 15 years ago is when we completed that construction. And that was our first, maybe our foundational project that really established that communication, that collaboration between our shipping partners, our terminal operators, the regulatory agencies, the approving bodies for permits as well, any number of different things. And if you can imagine, at that time, there was really not an established standard for shore power. It's something where there was an ISO standard where we really had to sort of take that ISO standard, take it and run with it. Coordinate with our colleagues at the Southern California ports as well to make sure that whatever we do with it, these were all compatible, the systems that we build out. And so that really established the framework of collaboration on a very large scale project. With that adoption, the shipping lines also built to that standard as well, where they need to retrofit to be able to handle that plug-in connection. And so that really built out that foundation some decade ago. Fast forward today, I do want to, as a parting item, I do want to say our plug-in rates today are about 98 to 90%, 99%. So almost every vessel connected that calls at the port connected to shore power while they are here. And so that is really it's a proud achievement for us. And moving forward, that collaboration that we established some decade ago, we're actually taking that to heart now with our more current projects and decarbonization efforts, some of which are funded, thankfully, by the CalSTA team here. Thank you, Secretary. I do want to make a nod. We will have one of our first terminals completely electrified. The yard equipment that we talk about will be completely electrified by the end of next year. Groundbreaking probably later this year in the fall. So I just got an email. Our project partner is actually looking to advertise for that construction today. So again, with the help of the CalSTA agency, we're able to get that done at one of our terminals. So we're moving forward. We're taking advantage of those relationships that we built to really kickstart that, to really kickstart our EPA program as well. That's a $322 million grant to electrify much, much more of this equipment, bring in a lot of the zero emission trucks we talk about to really transform the port. So those are really the foundational pieces. I'll stop there.
All right, thanks, Tim. Let me close this up and ask both of you another quick question. Kate, what would you suggest, just working as C40 cities with different partners, what would be the demand signals that you think are the most important when it comes to helping ports strategize their investments and how they prioritize between port operations and decarbonization? And I ask this to both of you just in the context that both Kenya and Nigeria, I mean, the port of Mombasa and the port of Lagos are one of the two most rapidly growing ports on the continent, and they're adding a few more there on both sides of the coast. And this is an opportunity where they can hopefully maybe leapfrog, right, and kind of take context of some of these things. So
yeah, well, maybe I'll take that and say an issue where there absolutely needs to be coordination and collaboration across ports in different continents is around the fuels. So we heard it sort of similarly with aviation fuel. If we're going to decarbonize maritime fuels, you need to have demand and participation and cooperations on both sides of the ocean, essentially. And so I think that's really where, as ports are expanding, thinking about the infrastructure you're going to need to accommodate new sustainable fuels is really important. And that's where you could see some leapfrogging, but you have to do it in coordination with all of the other ports, because I learned, the ships that come into LA and Long Beach are offloading there, and then they're coming up to the Port of Oakland and taking in exports. You have to have coordination around what types of fuels, where are they available. And so I think that's a dialogue that we are very much helping to help facilitate among our port cities. And our Green Ports team will actually be in Mombasa later this summer to start having some of those conversations.
Perfect. Thanks, Kate. Tim, while you answer that, let me ask you a slightly different thing to also reflect on very quickly. Organizational structuring is very important internally. How does the Port of Oakland create internal capacity and the right internal ecosystem to be able to actually have this implementation done the right way of what we all see, but it's obviously a much harder job to do internally and coordinate?
Well, we have a lot of experience at it. I think that's what I think that's our advantage because we've been in this space for a very long time. We've actually gotten better at it almost, if you can say that. I myself have been at the port for 25, 26 years now. And so the developments of decades ago, we're seeing that redevelopment of these areas. And so, so we've gotten better at it. We've actually integrated that into our business as well. And so I think what I mean by that is that those original decarbonization projects that you just talk about from the environmental context, well, now they're part of the business context as well, because those investments that our project partners or terminals are making, they're actually formalizing those in our lease agreements, long-term agreements. We want to be here for the next 10, 20 years. So let's make sure our agreements state that. We're able to amortize our investments as well as we talk about these new exciting decarbonization projects. So that experience alone is just, we've just tied it into our business. We've tied it into our philosophy as well. So we have that expertise up and down throughout the port staff.
Perfect. Thanks, Tim. Let me pivot to a slightly different mode of transport. Tessa, let me put you on the spot. Kenya just recently launched its national mobility policy in February, but we've been on the ground over the last year and a half in Kenya, and one of the things we always see are electric boda taxis or motor taxis, they call it, with the Uber logo. And one statistic that just stands out, Kenya closed last year in December at 14% new electric two-wheeler sales share, higher than India, which is one of the world's largest two-wheeler market. And I think that just goes to the opportunities that some of our previous speakers talked about of what Africa can do and where they can actually help lead the way. But Uber is doing a phenomenal job in the country and partnering with them. I'd love for you to reflect on how Uber is strategizing this. How do you see the opportunities? What are you as a company looking at when you're looking at these investment decisions? How do you work with your partners to actually scale this market?
Yeah, really excited to talk about this because it's really one of our shining examples out of Kenya. But first, I'll introduce myself. Hi, everyone. I'm Tessa Sanchez. I'm the head of sustainability policy at Uber. I work a lot on electrification and charging, which I hear is clean transport's the favorite topic of today, apparently. And also, such an honor and so cool to be at the Exploratorium. Was just here last week chasing my 3-year-old around the exhibit, so it's actually nice to be able to experience the Exploratorium in this way. But a little bit about Uber first, if you'll indulge me. So Uber is a global platform for mobility and on-demand delivery. Many of you probably took an Uber here today, maybe. But I think another fact that I'm really proud about Uber is that it's also the most widely available platform for EVs in the world. And 1 in 4 of our riders say that their first ever experience in an EV was in an Uber. And so it just has, I think, a tremendous reach to expose the general population to electric vehicles. Uber as a company is really all in on electrification because it's really good for our business. It's better for our drivers because of reduced maintenance and kind of maintenance costs. Also really good for our riders who like a high-tech kind of clean, quiet ride. And it's good for cities. So we're continuing to invest in electrification. And I think the Kenya example is kind of really fantastic because it really shows the incredible growth of our e-Boda product. So we launched our electric motorbike product in Nairobi back in August of 2023. We started out with about 100 bikes. And now, since 2023, we've grown to over 2,000. And we expect to be around 3,000 by the end of the year. So really phenomenal growth. Today, demand is really outstripping supply. And we have seen trips double in the past year. Those e-Bodas represent about 1/5 of our moto fleet, which is really amazing and really growing. The kind of key enabler is our partnership with a company called Green Wheels. They use a really interesting model. It's a rent-to-own model. So drivers pay $4 a day, and then they can own the vehicles after 2 years. And I think the reason why this works is it's coming down to pure economics, which I think is kind of gives credence to the theme of today. It works because it's 30 to 35% lower operating costs for our drivers, and then it's also 15 to 20% lower prices for our riders. So it's just so great when you can kind of see these things marry around electrification and climate and economics. And we want to see more of that. I want to see it grow. I think one of the key enablers of this has really been government policy in Kenya. So 0% VAT on EVs, discounted off-peak charging rates, and then as we kind of heard earlier, the 90% renewable grid, so abundant, clean electricity. And we are now expanding to Uganda, starting with 100 bikes. I'm hoping we'll see this similar round of growth there, and then soon after to Ghana.
Perfect. Thanks, Tessa. I've used the boda boda only because Nairobi traffic can be pretty hard, and if you get on one, you can make it on time to your meetings in Kenya. So if you're there again next time, that's a good way to get around. But Director Wenzel, let me bring you in here, and I'll frame my question so you can reflect on both issues. Nigeria is the largest economy on the continent. It is, and what Nigeria will do will very likely also shape the trajectory for the overall continent as well, and for a lot of us around the world. But there is an interesting dynamic, right? Unlike other countries on the continent, you are also a major oil and gas economy, or have been, and there's obviously a very strong effort as a country to move towards energy transition goals. I'd love for you to reflect on what is Nigeria doing to address both the dynamics between road transport electrification, but also low carbon fuels, as you dabble with this effort around economic diversification and transitioning the industry as well.
Right. Thank you very much. I think earlier on we set the context around why we must electrify the transportation system. So there's no need to go into that. So for us, our peculiar dynamics in Nigeria, being a major producer, sort of brings a different angle to the conversation. But clearly, we've been strongly enabled by policy direction. And so, for example, recently the government just introduced what they call the green tax on ICE vehicles, essentially zeroing tariffs for electric vehicles, for example. So that's one of those enabling environments that allows for incentivizes investor confidence and regulatory clarity to attract the much needed investments in electrifying the transportation system. My Director General earlier spoke about scale, and you said it as well. A country of 240 plus million people expected to grow to 400 million by 2060. That's a number. So we're hoping that Uber is thinking in that direction. And Chairman Hoeschild, who's not here currently, those big plants you're building for batteries, you know where to relocate the new ones right now. We've got critical minerals to support the ecosystem for developing battery systems for renewable energy. We have abundant sun, like most people, are located in the tropics, and therefore the infrastructure for charging is a huge opportunity for investors in California to come in and really enable that. But most importantly, the financial system in Nigeria is being retooled to support the uptake of renewable energy goods and services. So we are developing financial products that enables people to acquire electric vehicles at a low cost and then pay over time. Now, what that means essentially is that in the next 5, 10, 15 years, we're looking at a very strong, population-backed demand for electric vehicles in the country, supported clearly by regulations and government interest. But in my capacity as the Director for Energy and Transportation, I face that dilemma of having to explain to my bosses, well, not her, she understands it, about the transition risks of this monolithic economy that's centered around fossil fuel. We've seen the dynamics in the Gulf right now and what that has done to energy prices all across the world. And therefore, the signal is right there. What happens if, right? And therefore, it's important for us to begin to look at what other alternatives are available to us to make sure that, one, we're providing cheap, available transportation to the people, especially on the mass transit side. Lagos, for example, is a city of about 25 million people, and they need to be moved. Goods, services, agricultural products from the hinterland to the cities. The West African coastline is becoming more and more integrated, and you need to move people across the region. And clearly, there's a very strong economic imperative to establish a very growing renewable energy infrastructure within the country, with a view to servicing the rest of the region. So you start from Nigeria and then launch out into that region. And then we also wanted to amplify that over the next 5-10 years, we are seeing that investments in renewable energy, distributed energy resources across the local, the rural areas is expanding rapidly. For example, the World Bank $750 million investment in what they call the M300 program is really incentivizing all that uptake. And so with a growing ecosystem, with a very favorable policy and the population and the size to really to do that, we hope that there's enough interest among Californian businesses to really think about how to establish that transcontinental sort of cooperation by taking advantage of a very strong growing economy and of course the favorable economic and policy landscape to incentivize the uptake and investments in renewable energy and electric transportation as well.
Thank you, Director. Akanksha, let me come to you. You've been on the ground in Kenya this past year, working closely with the government there on their e-mobility policy. Very quickly, if you don't mind reflecting, there is a uniqueness of the world we deal with in Africa. Used cars are being imported, and it's a very different context of the world that we're otherwise used to here. How have you been able to work with partners in Kenya, for example, to be able to take the lessons we have in California and elsewhere, but adapt it appropriately in the local context?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Hello, everyone. I'm Akanksha Jain, Senior Researcher with the Global South Center at ITS UC Davis. And yeah, I have been overseeing and supporting a lot of our work on e-mobility and fuel economy regulations in Kenya over the past 1 year. So yeah, I mean, Kenya, I think it is, means as all the colleagues here, like Adita initially mentioned, and even Tessa here mentioned about it, is a remarkable growth that Kenya is seeing in the e-mobility adoption, right? One of the best cases we've seen is in the two-wheeler segment, specifically, like the growth it is like over last, in 2023, the electric two-wheelers just accounted for 3% of the market share, but now they've grown to 15%, which is remarkable for any emerging economy, right? But that has happened because of the favorable policy environment, the excise duty concessions and VAT exemptions that the government has provided. But it has also been supported by the innovative business models that that different private sector has come up with, right? So we have seen different players coming up like Ampersand, ArcRide, Rome Electric, and innovative partnership like Uber and Greenwheels, what they're showing example. But when we are talking about the LDV segment, right? So LDV segment right now, while there's not I would say there's not enough incentives that the government has provided for specifically the light duty vehicle segment. But in spite of that fact, we are seeing there is a lot of interest from the private sector and from the development finance, that has helped to scale e-mobility adoption in the country. So we are already seeing Kenya being a used import dependent country. We are already seeing right now because of the direction that the government is providing, the regulatory certainty that the government is trying to build, with a lot of focus on expanding localization and local assembly. We are already seeing a lot of OEMs coming in and starting to assemble locally in Kenya, which is again a remarkable example. And Kenya is, I think, one of the best cases, if I say, like to compare what California has done and what policy lessons that we have been taking back there. So California has been a visionary in setting that regulatory environment. So if we talk about the advanced clean car programs, right, setting the 100% EV target for 2035, which has led to innovation in the market. So now in California, we have more than close to 150 new EV models and makes in the market, and there has been more than 200,000 EV chargers available to support the EV adoption. So that is the long-term certainty, the policy environment. Those cases we are trying to take back to Kenya, and I'm really proud to see how the Kenyan government and Ministry of Transportation has been specifically in willing to take those lessons. Kenya is the first country in Africa who is actually exploring and will be hopefully soon implementing the regulations, fuel economy regulations for the light duty vehicles, which is very unique for an import-dependent country like Kenya. And this has been, again, I think has been made possible because of the policy, policy intervention being coordinating with the economics of the market, right?
Perfect. Yeah. Thanks, Akanksha. Let me come to a last round very quickly, rapid fire, 10 seconds each. What is the one thing you would like to see in Africa happening, or at least in the partner countries, Kenya and Nigeria, to begin with, as we build through this partnership? Tess, I'll put you on the spot.
Maybe I'll just start because we didn't talk that much about charging, but kind of as countries are thinking about building out their charging networks, when thinking about the ride-hail segment, charging is an opportunity cost for our drivers. So that downtime is time that they are not spent earning. So that's where things like battery swapping have been really incredible for eMoto. For light duty, fast charging is going to be really essential, as well as overnight charging. So just keeping that in mind.
Perfect. Tim?
Infrastructure planning. So we talk about charging and all these exciting projects. We often overlook the upstream infrastructure. That's where I spend most of my time, load planning, load forecasting. How do we make sure the port's distribution subs, we are that utility provider, are able to support these exciting projects? And so with that takes a lot of planning, a lot of effort, and that has to start up front. That's what I would encourage in terms of getting ahead of everything.
Perfect. Good.
Yeah, maybe I guess I started with the first mile of delivery, talking about shipping. And I think one area where I'd love to see collaboration between the cities in Africa and the cities in North America is around the last mile. And how do we electrify that last mile delivery and think creatively about the types of vehicles that can make those deliveries? And I think that's actually where there's much more variety if we look at cities in Africa and Southeast Asia and South Asia, using e-cargo bikes and trikes that our cities here in North America are actually learning from. And so I'd love to see more of that.
Director Hammond, so I'll give you the last word.
Well, innovative financing, how to structure very customer-friendly financing options to be able to uptake some of these important renewable energy goods and services. So, Mr. Negatu, the live 500 million, we'll be coming for it. So essentially, in Nigeria, for example, we have a very robust carbon market regulation and processes that we have put in place. One of the things we're seeing is a very strong interest in project developers putting together projects in renewable energy and electric vehicles. It's a non-debt way to attract financing to incentivize good behaviors, whether it's climate or whether it's economic. Clearly, the economics make sense, and therefore using the carbon markets as a way to attract financing, complemented by some blended finance mechanisms from the banking sector and investors to really trigger good behavior. Let's be clear, people will make decisions almost on economics. And when you put together a very compelling economic protocols around what you're trying to push, people will come. And so innovative financing will continue to remain a very strong trigger for some of these interventions.
Perfect. Thank you. I'd like to thank my panelists. And Jason, you set the trend of striking some $1 million deals in the previous session. So hopefully I'll have Uber and Port of Oakland willing to put some cap on the table, and Mr. Negatu can back it up with a $100 million fund. With that, I really would like to thank all of you for a very engaging session. I'll hand it back to Jason. for the next session. Thank you.
So while our colleagues take a group photo from this session, just a couple quick housekeeping notes. Obviously, we're running a little behind schedule, so we're going to pivot. And everyone who is here is welcome to join in the back on the patio. We have audio speakers so that you can hear the conversation that's going on in the next session. And while they take their photo, several people have asked where the restroom is. If you've not used the facilities, they're just down the hallway behind those glass doors on the right-hand side. So we will be announcing our next session shortly, which is our partnership spotlight session. But please feel free to join in the back for refreshments, and you can listen in there. And also, if you've been standing in the back, we are so excited to be a full house today, but we have plenty of seats sprinkled throughout, so don't feel like you have to stand this whole time. You can give your legs a rest. But with that, let me go ahead and pivot. We're going to invite our next group up for our partnership session. So this is a session dedicated to looking at organizations that are making great change on the continent, and we're so excited to be able to hear from their voices. So I'm going to invite my colleagues, the Deputy Secretary, Virginia Jameson from the California Department of Food and Agriculture, who will be moderating the session, Jackie Miller from Partnerships for Change, David Warner from the Human Needs Project, Dr. Akini A. Carroll from the Alto Group, and finally, Carrie Waterman. No. So I'm just going to hand it off to you, and then you're going to just launch it off. Yes, Akancho or I will give you the hook. We'll give you like a 3-minute hook. So, yeah. Yeah, I just did. So let me, yeah. Yep. So let me have our panelists join us up here. We'll have Jackie Miller from Partnerships for Change. We'll have David Warner. Carrie Waterman is here. And then finally, Dr. Akini. Wonderful. Glad to have you.
Okay. Make a run for it. Yeah, I understand that. So who are you with?
I'm with the California Department of Food and Agriculture, but I was with UC Davis before that. Several grants through UC Davis and CDFA.
We'll skip it like 1 second. Yeah.
Nice. Where we've been since 1995. Okay.
It's always the danger when you run late and when you try to pivot. We're going to give it 1 second. I think so. I think that's everyone's like running out. Yeah. Well, thank you for coming. We're very glad to have you.
Well, I thank you for being here. You had a great time.
Yeah. Actually, let's do a 10-minute break. Yeah. I think let's take a 10-minute break, and then I can start forcing people back. Is that okay? Yeah. This is a chance. Do you guys need a quick refreshment yourself? You get something to eat. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break since everyone's running to the facilities. So we're going to invite everyone back at 12:25. So 12:25, we'll get started. Yeah. Do you want to get a snack?
So you're a doctor of
We just put them out.
environmental science?
Shoving it, I know. That was me this morning. There's a bonding shop there, and I was like, I'm gonna get myself sick if I eat this whole day. Let's try it. Yeah. Well, yeah, go. Yes, please.
So thank God there's so many folks. I'm really. No.
5 minutes. 8 minutes. Everyone got up. I think, yeah, danger of running late. Yeah. Yes. That's what I'm saying. Right up until the Exploratorium kicks us out. Yeah, that's probably true. Can I get you guys a water or anything while you wait? I'll let you. Doctor. I'm so sorry. I am sorry. Thank you for shouting at me on that. Yeah. I appreciate it. So I promise. Not again.
Are there any area council folks here?
2, yes. Aaron, their CFO, and then Alex, who's sort of their engagement director. You want to meet one of them?
Yeah,
I'll go tell them to come say hi. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to bring you a water. Karen, do you need a water? Yeah. Let me bring water for both, and I'll send it via air. And I apologize. Yeah.
Any initials by my name? Don't go on there. No, I'm good. Okay.
I'm very impressed with the men. Sponsorship for a symposium that I'm trying to hold next year in San Diego. On Moringa. It's a plant. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So that's what I've been doing for 20 years. I'm holding an international symposium in San Diego, so we'd love to get some sponsorships for that through and then I'm also hoping, in light of the MOU with Kenya, the University of Nairobi has a research station on the South Coast. I just can't.
That's a legal thing in California.
Yeah, anyway, I took some videos. I'll send them to you. I think they were just really at you, and then I didn't have the answers because it was too long. But just very cool. Very.
That's why they
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Yeah, I'm really about operationalizing that. I was feeling like I want to see more of this happening to mental health.
Good, how are you?
Great, so good to see you.
Glad you made it.
Dr. Jerry Water.
Hi, nice to meet you. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Very good. Very exciting to hear about the
Yeah.
recording audit.
She's working on incredible science use of moringa. And
Oh my gosh.
a symposium in
Yeah.
San Diego
Next
Really?
year. Yeah.
Using moringa for health.
I want to touch on all of it for agriculture, particularly in this environment, also noting that cows do eat moringa and that Maine, so that's
There are some stuff. You met her on Zoom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. And then also as a biofertilizer and biofeed, so it should be like more integrated. I mean, then also the oil can be used for aviation fuel. There's a lot of opportunities for it. Yeah.
I learned about that. You know, my friends in Kenya were building a house. So I spent time there. So we're building our dream house in Mombasa because of Diani beach in Mombasa.
Diani's my favorite.
Are you kidding? That many?
Entire year.
Are you kidding?
It's
That,
my,
oh my God,
my
what a
home. Like,
small world.
I would be there
That
right
is
now.
so-
It's
so-
my favorite place in the world.
So I'm building our high school dream house there. You probably know Moringa House.
I do. Yeah.
Peter Cobb.
Okay, yeah.
That's my dear friend from high school.
Oh my
That's
gosh,
where I got
that's
exposed
crazy.
to Moringa.
I just want, this is Alex Ford. He's the Vice President of International Engagement. Nice to meet you.
His docs are still in the same share drive. This is great. Have you heard the news about our new CEO? Very good. Pretty, yeah, big transition. And I'm obviously pretty excited. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got it. Yes. It took a lot. So it was suspended for 3 years, but finally I was working with my colleagues to like actually push global governance. And like, okay, dedicate when are you facilitating stuff like this? Because I mean, they keep coming. We get the delegation requests. We've never really done anything
talk to you because if you'd like to speak on the page, there's
Yeah, and he's building a house in Gianni, which is my real home away from home. Yeah, I lived there for a year, and actually I was really trying to get in Coconut Village, like Galu Beach, down at the end there. Yeah, Abby is the owner of Coconut Village. This is like in his 70s. He's barely making it. I was gonna buy the place, and then but what I really want to do, the University of Nairobi has a research station there, Moana, and I live in global. It is amazing. It needs rehabilitation. I have a proposal, and I submitted it to Global Affairs for their state grant. It needs like $20,000. Who cares? But the marine, ocean, and the land and vegetation, and then bringing universities to rural and overseas as well. Like UC Davis has this RX1 health that they did in Tanzania as well. So it's like environment, animal, and human health. We were like, gorillas coming out of the national park, all of these things.
All right, everybody, we're going to come back together and start our next session to keep on time. So if everyone could start taking their seats, we will resume the discussion. Reminder, we will have a networking reception afterwards to continue these conversations. So if you could please start making your way back to your seats. A lot of cats to herd. Yeah, good. Cool. Really good. This is, you're running behind, you're doing a good job. All right, everybody, if you could start taking your seats, we'd like to get the program going. Yeah, I'm going to be chiming in.
I really want to push. I mean, the MOU is great. It's very awesome. Oh, you went there? No, he was just going
I hope everybody's enjoyed their break. We're going to come back together for our next session. So if I could have everybody please come back and take their seats so that we can begin the next panel.
Right now I'm building a team and then the tier 2 getting the line as well.
Let's just break the microphone.
There's so many different.
Okay, if I can ask you to take your seats, please. We're going to get started in the next session.
But I thought the CD that was supposed to be here. And then you ask me a question, I don't know, and then I go, you the moderator?
No. I asked you.
What is it to do?
We have an organization called Financially Cataloged Projects. They coordinate
In our lives. Yeah.
So she's a farmer. She's just
because we're from Sacramento and I'm also from Ethiopia.
Oh, I
so
love
we're trying to do the work from here to there.
This book is just translated into 40 languages, 2 in Ethiopia. Wow. Yep. So you'll have to stay in touch. I don't have the hard copy.
No worries, let me get you a card and information.
Everybody, let's get started again. So if you're outside and you can hear and you want to be a part of this next conversation, this next panel, if you're outside and you can hear my voice, please come in. If you're in the room already, please have a seat. We have some important panelists from across the continent and of course here in California as well. So everybody try to come in. And if you're in the room already, please have a seat and then we will get started on this next panel. How are you? Thank you for
Unknown caller. Okay, we are going to switch gears and talk about agriculture. I'm sorry to have missed the morning of transportation. Good afternoon. I think it's afternoon now. My name is Virginia Jameson, and I serve as Deputy Secretary for Climate and Working Lands at the California Department of Food and Agriculture. I'm particularly excited to be here today to moderate this session on leveraging partnerships to deliver strong communities and resilient agriculture, because that is it's the focus of our work at the department. So as you all well know, building strong communities and resilient agriculture, as we also deal with the increasing climate impacts, will require working together in new and different ways. Because of the immensity of the scale of the challenge, we also must work together as policymakers, industry, nonprofits, donors, and civil society groups. I want to spend just a moment talking about our work at the Department of Food and Agriculture because I think it very much relates to what we're talking about today. We have several programs focused on supporting climate smart agriculture, including our Healthy Soils program, which gives grants to community-based organizations that work with farmers locally to help them adopt practices that improve soil health, such as cover cropping, hedgerow planting, compost application, and many others. We also have a state water efficiency enhancement program, which helps farmers switch to lower water use irrigation strategies, for example, by helping them to buy equipment to convert from flood irrigation to drip irrigation and reduce energy use by switching from diesel pumps to solar pumps run on solar energy. Finally, our Farm to School program works with school districts to make connections to local farms, increasing procurement of California-grown produce for school meals. 100% of the farms that supply these schools use climate-smart organic practices, which helps create a market for these products and supports small farms. So you can read more about these projects and more in our Climate Resilient Strategy for California Agriculture. Our executive fellow has a few copies of the executive summary, if you've got a chance to run over and grab one from her. So now I'm really excited to introduce our panel. With us today, and if you could raise your hand because you're not quite sitting in a straight line, is Jacqueline Miller. Jacqueline is founder and chief executive officer of Partnerships for Change, a United Nations affiliated NGO based in San Francisco, California. I'm going to let her tell you more about it in a second. We also have with us today David Warner, who is co-founder and president of Red Horse Constructors, as well as the Human Needs Project. We also have with us today Dr. Akini Carroll, who is co-founder of Atlo Group, an avocado export platform with farms in Kenya and strategic farming practices partners in Morocco, serving European markets with a focus on quality, reliability, and year-round supply. And finally, we have Dr. Carrie Waterman, who I'm pleased to work with at the Department of Food and Agriculture, who is the food access lead for our department's Office of Farm to Fork, managing the California Nutrition Incentive Program. So may I please, will you please join me in welcoming our panelists? So today's session is focused on partnerships, and I would like each of you to take about 4 minutes to tell us about the partnerships that you've been working in and what you've been able to accomplish. And why don't we start with you, Jacqueline?
Okay, great.
Hello, is it on? Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I would love to express my deep gratitude to all of you for the amazing work you're doing and everyone on this committee and this team and this panel. It's full of hope and possibility. And I just would like to say on behalf of Partnerships for Change, that we are here to help and support anyone in whether you're trying to find funding or good partners. We've been in existence since 1995, where we've been headquartered in the Presidio, and people can't really understand how we've been so successful because, you know, we don't look successful. We certainly aren't very smart, but however, our secret to success is that we've been able to find the best people on the ground, and it's through the economics of trust, our trust circles, and partnering with some key spiritual entrepreneurs, with environmental entrepreneurs, and really our work has simply been because we've been able to get projects done off the ground at 30 and 50% less than they normally would cost. We've been able to have unbelievable opportunities with product yields and getting the main messages out. One thing we learned is that dictators may come and go, but the spiritual leaders of these communities, whether they're imams or they're radical environmental priests from the Vatican or they're ferocious Franciscan nuns. This is how we've been able to be successful. And we've partnered with the Vatican. We also work with Father Josh Karitadam, who actually wrote and was the writer for the late Pope Francis's speech. And he wrote this book called The 10 Green Commandments. And we believe that that moral voice is key now, because when economics can help, politics can help, but when you throw that moral voice in, it really seems to ring true. So this book has been translated now into 40 languages, and the two most recent are in Ethiopian languages, which I'm going to dedicate to Sam here in the front row. We will have copies soon for everyone. So we'd love to share that with you. And then also, this book with Oxford University is one of our new partnerships, and we're doing another version. And if anyone would like to participate in the next round, these are climate leaders from around the globe, and it's based in science, environmental science, called Laudato Diem, which was Pope Francis's last encyclical, and it's really about the last call for the planet. And that we don't have time, and we need radical environmental transformation, and we need everyone to step up now, like Sam in the front row is doing. So I think one of the main reasons for our success is really Alphonse Moya, who's based in Nairobi, Kenya, who has led the way for our efforts with the African Union, where we've been working with the Great Green Wall Initiative, which is a wall of trees, 8,000 miles from Senegal to Djibouti. And it is a force. And we've done a documentary on that. And we welcome your support. And then also, we have a project called Ubuntu Carbon, where we are leveling the playing field and giving everyone a chance to participate in a very, very successful and very financially rewarding project that we're doing with a whole team of people, including Howard Buffett and the Obama Foundation. So I'd love to share that with you at some point. And also, if there's anyone that would like to launch or help or fund, we'll take anyone who'd like to write us a check for $1 million here. Happy to take it. But we really want to lead with AI and AI solutions all over the continent of Africa, because that's really where the world is taking us. And if we have flood detectors and climate detectors and even the use of sound, we've been following the power of sound, birds chirping, the mimicking of nature, even chanting. We hosted a gathering at the United Nations Environmental Program with the Vatican and brought in a group from India, the Brahma Kumaris, and they have all this research and evidence showing that just chanting over their crops has had a remarkable impact on their crop yields. So because I'm from California, I can say this woo-woo stuff, but I will promise you that Oxford speaks about this in this new publication. So for any of those doubters out there, I just give you to Oxford. You can call them. I'll give you their phone number. So anyway, that's where we are. And I thank you very much for the opportunity to participate, and we're here to help. So thank you. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you, Jackie. The state of California is not yet funding chanting, so I'll have to take a look at that.
Great.
So next, I'd like to turn to you, David. Would you please tell us a little bit about the Human Needs Project and the partnerships you've been able to engage?
Yeah, I want to thank Tokes, Calsta, Sam. It's on. Okay, yeah, I want to thank Tokes, Sam, Calsta, Barrier Council. We had a great meetings in Kenya, and we shared our project with that team that came there. It's all about collaborations, and I was really touched that Sam in the community I'll talk about came out of our community, Kibera, back in the day, and then his revisitation there was really meaningful to me. Human Needs Project was co-founded with myself and Connie Nielsen, and it was 15 years ago. The concept was that how do we bring social justice, urbanization opportunities to Kibera, the largest urban slum in all of Africa. And at that time, that goal was overall, what do you do was the concept, but what we did was the evolution of being very dynamic on the ground. And just to set the stage, there's 1.1 billion people that are living in slums today. 25% of all urban population today live in slums. Over 3 billion will be living in slums by 2050. So this is not a small problem. And how do we bring opportunity and organization to an area that has been left behind? Our concept now is that we are urban germinators. We create urbanism and opportunity where there hasn't been. We have started with the concept of bringing robust infrastructure into the center. Our center is in 500 acres. It's a 1 million population. Our zone of influence is around 200,000 people. And now those are basically our audience and our customers and supporters. So what we have accomplished, I don't want to go through all the ups and downs of how we got there, but I'm just going to tell you the results of our programs. We are now the largest bank in all of the slum. We have over 10,000 members. The funding group, and this is based on their income, which is less than $2 a day, we have loaned out over $2 million into that community. The majority of those funds have gone into urban farming. We are now the largest urban farmers in all of Nairobi. Our urban farming group uses the energy. We are a standalone electrical grid within Kibera. We have a sanitation system that I co-created with UC Davis. We are moving 20,000 gallons of black water a day into treated pathogen-free water a day. And a lot of that water ends up in our hydroponic system. Our hydroponic farmers are now producing leafy greens for over 2,000 people a day. We've opened up marketplaces and restaurants based on the throughput of our leafy green access and our urban farming. We have in our center, we have T1, T2, T3 solar trainers. We have computer literacy courses. We have launched one of the largest laundry systems in all of Kibera. We're a water point distribution that serves probably 20,000 people a day with our water system. Our water system comes from the largest well and the most robust well in all of Nairobi, which is now located in the slums. Our water filtration system is by far the best. We eradicate fluoride from the Rift Valley inundation to absolute clean water. And we're shipping that water not only from our center, but throughout the community to different water points. Because of our robust nature on our electrical, sanitation, and water delivery systems, we now have bootlegged to us the largest primary school in all of Kenya, which is Olympic School. 6,000 kids now get the benefit of our effluent handling systems and water delivery systems. And that's just because we have built something that has surplus activity. That endeavor comes to that Olympic school free based on what we've done. We've created marketplaces within the community that the locals actually govern and maintain. And that market activity is now sustaining us over 40 to 50% of the needed income to support the activities. We're going to become water bottlers, which is our next capital improvements. And hopefully that will trigger us into a net zero need on financing. So what we've created in the largest slum is an urban center that is doing an added value, not only to the human spirit, but to the Nairobi systems of urbanization, where we could be theoretically annexed into the Nairobi Center because we are now a potentially tax base. We're no longer a parasite on the side of Nairobi, but we're actually citizens of change and citizens of opportunity. And I cannot thank all the collaborators that are here in this room that have helped me push the science there. The other thing that we've actually done, which is working on the bio-circular economy in California, we have transferred technologies to Kenya to get them an upstart. We've moved 15 to 16 different startups. 3 of those companies, from their experience on our slums, XIO, a water handling system that now runs Stanford University, SPAN, which is a smart panel system, now it's going to be energizing AI. And they are now worth, in a CapEx here, market value in the States, California, over $1 billion. They left the projects here going there when their capitalization was less than $1 million. So that's what the collaborations that we're talking about with California to Kenya and Kenya back to California is a very enriched program of diversity and economic betterment for both communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. So next I'd like to turn to Dr. Akinyi to present on Altau's group's work and the partnerships you've been able to form.
Thank you. Well, thank you everybody for first UC Davis and the organizers of this. Very happy to be here. But I must start by bragging a little bit, because listening to everybody talking about time, I think I may have just accidentally won. Because for the last 3 months, I've been in Kenya. We have a farm near Mount Elgon region. And the travel had to be from Mount Elgon to Nairobi, Amsterdam, Los Angeles, San Francisco. And by the time I got here, I feel more of a case study of a global connection. So I have a son called Ethan, and we are talking, and I like repeating this quote all the time. And of course, he's trying to understand, the world, why some people need to be helped, why some people are able to help others. And in his young mind, he says, but Mama, everybody says, don't give a man fish, teach him how to fish. And my son says, but Mama, that is wrong. You don't need to teach him how to fish. You should teach him how to make the rod. Because if you only teach him how to fish and the rod breaks, then he will still come back to you. And from the little brain, I think, yeah, it makes sense. And I'm going to repeat it so that people can continue hearing. Alto has been formed initially from Nordic Capital Investments. And what we do is we work with farmers all over the world. So it's not just avocados, but it's global. We are talking about climate change. We are talking about resilience. We are talking about better farm practices. And the more you travel, you realize that some of these methods, they're either new to the farmers that we work with, or they can just not afford to have them. We have an office in Europe, in the Netherlands, and our team, one of our main tasks is to talk to retailers, come up with strategic sourcing plans for these retailers, so that by the time a farmer has their product, we know where it is going to go. And of course, by traveling and by working with different countries and by working very closely with the European Union, there are quite a lot of challenges. And when we have to invest in certifications, compliance, you're talking to a farmer about Rainforest Alliance certifications. They can barely not even afford it. When you're talking about, oh, you need to have certain systems in the farms, they cannot afford it. And this is one of the reasons that drove us to start having our own farms in Kenya. And we live these challenges every day. We see them every day. I have been in Kenya since February, and in Trans Nzoia region, we call it the bread basket of Kenya. So 40%, I would think, of the production, and especially maize. And if you've come to Kenya, you know about ugali, which is the main staple food. A lot of it comes from this region. And in while they are this year, farmers, March, April, they prepare the farms for the long rains. And this year, the rain came in February. The rains came in February. They were not prepared. The impact now is unknown. And when we look in general, you see that everything that we are talking about here, it's all captured in one reality, and that is climate, and that is agriculture, and in the end, the partnerships that we can have. When we talk about farming, I would have a lot of stories and which we can relate to and where we think we can help. And I think as we move forward with the conversations, there are plans to go further into this. And I wish each of you can be part of what we would like to do going forward in terms of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. So finally, I'd like to introduce again Carrie Waterman of the Department of Food and Agriculture. And if you would please introduce your programs and how you leverage partnerships.
Sure. Thanks so much. Yeah, I've been with the Department of Food and Agriculture for about 2 years now, and prior to that had been a researcher at UC Davis and had actually received funding through the California Department of Food and Agriculture to do research on moringa. So I'm really interested in looking at partnerships across the continents and really engaging students, universities, and grant funding mechanisms. I mean, I've called myself an entrepreneur, but really a grantrepreneur, and that these are really good entry points for young folks to get involved in innovation in agriculture. We're usually asking for like $1,000 to, $20,000, not in the $1 million range. And so I think that that's been really, really critical in my own career as an entrepreneur, getting NIH funding through Fogarty International, which allowed me to work with farmers in Kenya and do economic analysis on the production of the plants. And then coming back to California, and the grant through CDFA was called Making Global Solutions Local. So how many in the room know what Moringa oleifera is? Probably more folks from the continent than California. See, I have work to do here. So this is Moringa just coming up this season, but it has a huge root mass, like a carrot. So it stores carbon. It sequesters carbon from the air more rapidly than almost any other plant. The leaves can be used for food for humans as a livestock feed. When cows eat moringa, they produce less methane out of their belches, which is a huge game changer for California, for Nigeria, for Kenya, for all of these places where there's a large livestock production. The leaves can also be used as a biofertilizer. And so the plant has been a tool of partnerships. Wherever you go around the tropical regions, moringa grows and people know it for different reasons. And that becomes a shared platform for conversation. So I'm really excited to bring this plant here. We'll be hosting an international symposium on moringa in San Diego next year, and would invite all of you to come, as well as sponsorships along the way. The oil from the seeds is aviation grade fuel, and they have, they've developed seeds that produce higher oil content. So there's a lot of opportunities with it. But mostly what it's done is provide a platform at UC Davis to get global affairs grants, where we did entrepreneurship academies at the University of Rwanda and in Kenya. So you're bringing students together and saying, come up with a business plan that meets environmental, economic, and social norms, and we're going to vote on these. There was one group in the Rwanda that came up with the idea of using insects for a protein feed. They went on to win a $50,000 grant in Africa and went on to start up a business. So while I am so honored to be here with so many honorable folks, most of the folks in this room are who's under 35 in here, because that's what the African continent looks like. And there has to be entry point opportunities for young folks to want to go into agriculture. This is what California and most of the folks on that African continent, people don't want to go into farming because it's usually not a lucrative endeavor. And we have to facilitate opportunities for that. You have to get young kids excited about how can they make money? How can they create jobs and just not go get a job? There's so much with solar and shipping containers and how rapidly you can grow things. Like you're saying in Kibera, you can produce a lot of leafy greens in a very small space. And so I think urban agriculture and having access to those plants, when this grows in my backyard, I've got food security right there. I'm gonna eat it. I can grow it, I can give it to my neighbors, and if I don't like the taste of it, I can feed it to my cows and my fish. You can make high-end products with it. These are some products out of South Africa. There's oils, there's dried leafy powders. It's just a good example of a plant that has potential to reach people in a lot of different platforms. And through these partnerships of working with smallholder farmers in Kenya and universities, really trying to provide a platform for a lot of people who are on the farm don't have time to write grants or don't know what a Rainforest Alliance certification is. So how do we provide these mechanisms where universities, companies are supporting those young growing farmers? IBM has invested in the African Leadership University in Rwanda, and I look forward to seeing more of those partnerships, UC Davis, and I'm really excited to see the state also involved with this MOU. There's a small research station on the south coast of Kenya called Moana, and I had put in a small grant to see if we could get about $20,000 in funding to restructure it. It has dorms for 20 students. We would bring University of Nairobi students and Californian students over to look at the blue and green economy, doing both agriculture and marine ecologies. So that is something that I have a proposal for if anyone does want to move that forward, because sometimes we have to pull out money from our own pockets as well. And so I'm in this interesting position of supporting the state's goals of food access through the state, but also supporting my own entrepreneurial research endeavors that will span the continents and time, hopefully. So kind of all over the place, but I'll end there. If anyone wants more information on Moringa, I'll just hold up my poster really quickly since I do have it. And I'm a researcher, show and tell. It's got to be about education. And happy to come to any of your organizations and talk more about Moringa. And the uses for it. So it's pretty cool that it can grow. I mean, that's Kenya, and then down below is California. So drought tolerance, salt tolerance, these are all the same types of issues that we're facing and where we can really share and collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. I really appreciate you bringing the props. And, I think all of us are here because of our own personal and entrepreneurial spirit and wanting to make the world a better place in addition to our day jobs. So yeah, thank you. For each of you, so even though each of the projects that you spotlighted are different, the clear through line across your panel is that organizations, industry, and government cannot deliver success without stakeholders being engaged. Can each of you, and they put in caps here, briefly, share one key reflection about partnerships delivering change? What did that look like? And what was your organization's secret sauce for success? And I'll start here with you, David.
Yeah, our secret sauce has been collaboration. We could not do this single-handedly. So between the academic community, the governmental communities, the entrepreneurs, the technologists, and obviously the local community, and teaching and working together collaboratively creates a dynamic environment where you can actually give birth to change. And that's been our secret sauce. We've never said no to anything until we've explored it.
Yeah, at this level, I think I'll talk about Nordic capital investments. I think they've been a key player in what we have been doing. And a very good example was in Senegal, where we have managed to build a capacity building center. And going back 1 year later, you have people from the community who are very grateful that this project was able to come to where they are, and their children are able to go to school, and yeah, all that. So again, as I repeat, Kenya being one of the key areas that we are now farming, we do hope that we will have a story to tell from everybody who's sitting here in this room to help support the communities around the regions where we are farming.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, with partnerships, I just echo, engaging younger folks and doing a lot of farmer to farmer training where that's kind of the peer exchange mechanism of what I've seen to be most successful. So especially crossing cultures and countries to really get more peer-to-peer training going on. I see that happening within the Californian agriculture system as well as in working with Kenyans, that really is the most successful. And as I said, just bringing students to more of these forums and having access and opportunities for them to get involved, they are going to be the future. So to have them at the table making decisions as these partnerships grow, I think is really critical.
Thank you. And you, Jackie.
Great. Well, thank you. I want to just emphasize the economics of trust and trust in building partnerships, and that all goes with how we treat one another, and that we are there to honor and to embrace their knowledge. And we never go in with this arrogant thing of, wow, we know it all at all. That's the wrong way. And I think that just with the economics of trust, we've had 30 to 50% increases in our production and our building costs, and things have just worked out so perfectly that the only way we can explain it is that we have a great trust network with incredible entrepreneurs that really want to make a difference. And again, it's that moral voice, I think, that's really, really driven it, as well as the brilliance of the scientists coming in, but it's a mix. And then we also bring in the power of the media. The media is the most powerful transformative tool that we have. And when we're able to amplify the success and showcase our leaders in these villages and in these communities, it's incredible. And it's honoring them and showcasing their work and showing them as leaders. So I think that's one of the key areas. We also have been able to deliver 3 to 7 times the long-term impact per dollar with our projects. And again, with our faith leaders, when faith leaders show up, people follow. And that's the magic sauce, if you will. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you all for sharing these amazing examples of what we can do as communities. And when we work together, climate change is an enormous challenge, and the food system touches every single one of us. So I appreciate you being here today, and I hope everyone will join me in thanking our panel.
And please stay up. We'll take a quick photo of our panelists. And as we transition to our energy panel, they'll take a photo. You hop in. Good. Thank you so much. I'd like to invite our energy session speakers to join, please. Yeah, grab, once they take the photo, we'll just...
Should we shorten it?
Yeah,
I can do it
Luan's-
myself, but I can't moderate.
Your moderator, she's going to keep it tight. Great. Yeah, if you'd like to take a seat up there. If I could also have Mr. Hago, Wilson Hago, to join us in the front. And then our colleague from Beam, Joshua Kialo. Give me 1 second. I just want these people to sit down. Great.
Okay.
Let me get your backpack.
Okay, great.
Are you up this button? Yeah. No, I'm gonna.
Okay, I'm the moderator.
Charles.
That's perfectly fine. Oh, absolutely. Well, thank you, everybody. We're going to move on to our next panel. So if everyone could please take their seats if they're staying in the room so that we can begin our next panel. All right. Well, we are so grateful.
He's watching it, so I'll turn it up.
We are so grateful.
You don't need to
All right, we are so grateful to have a colleague from the California Energy Commission coming to launch us off in our discussion of how we can bring low or no carbon energy to our colleagues in Africa. And so with that, I'm going to hand the floor to Naomi Gallardo. She's a commissioner for the California Energy Commission, and she's going to launch us off.
Thank you. Buenas tardes, good afternoon. Isn't it such a beautiful day to celebrate the Earth together, right? Happy Climate Week. Happy Climate Week. Thank you. This is my first Climate Week in San Francisco, so I'm very excited about it. As was said, I'm Noemi Gallardo. I'm one of the 5 commissioners at the California Energy Commission, serving alongside Chair Hoeschild, who you heard earlier, and who I always enjoy hearing talk because he has wonderful stories to share, always. So I'm honored to be here, and major thanks to everyone who put this event together. It's wonderful. I also want to express my deepest appreciation to Secretary Mashakin, who had the foresight to invite the Energy Commission to be a part of the California delegation to Kenya and Nigeria. Energy is such a fundamental resource for all of us, no matter where we are in the world. And it is vital for us to share our energy solutions with each other to ensure the success of our businesses, our governments, our schools, our families. And basically, you can't talk about anything else unless you talk about energy too. It's just that vital. So I was honored to represent both California and the California Energy Commission on the trip to Africa. It was the opportunity of a lifetime, and I will be forever grateful, especially because I made such strong friendships that I hope last a lifetime. I also want to thank the countries of Kenya and Nigeria for the warm welcome they gave us while we were there. I was so impressed with the efforts both countries are doing to advance clean energy and to create robust opportunities for careers. As we heard earlier, youth need those careers, not just the jobs. And I was excited that there was a lot going on with geothermal, with batteries, mini grids, and electric mobility. A lot of the efforts that we're also working on in California. So the Energy Commission looks forward to continuing our relationship, and I hope that the leaders from Kenya and Nigeria have felt a reciprocal embrace from California, including Director General Majikadun and Ambassador Mohammed. It's such a pleasure to see you again. Thank you. I also want to highlight that at the Energy Commission, we have staff who have Kenyan and Nigerian roots that are eager to support this partnership here in whatever way they can. I want them to stand, Esther, Michael, Livinus, so that, oh, there's two of them back there. Esther's over here. They took the day off work to be able to be here. That's how important they thought they needed to show their support. And I'm so grateful to them for being a part of this. When I got back from the trip, they reached out to ask if we could talk to them. And Secretary Mashakin graciously carved out time to be able to talk with our group. And we shared our stories about our journey in Africa. So I'm going to be leaning on them to help us through this effort. On the note of partnership, I want to highlight some California policies and leadership that can contribute to unlocking the energy futures in California and Africa. And we have so much going on in California, we can't go through everything here, so that's why we have to continue talking. In California, energy policy is a subset of our climate policy, and our climate goals are deeply interwoven with how we produce, deliver, and consume energy. California has committed to achieving carbon neutrality across the economy by 2045, and our energy sector is the center of that transition. One of the most important lessons we have learned here in California is to have the courage to set ambitious targets and goals. It makes a difference to put them in writing and also to track the progress and hold ourselves accountable to reaching those goals. We encourage Kenya and Nigeria to continue doing that too. So the bold steps and the willingness to take risks is part of what has made California a leader, because when California takes action, other states have a model to follow, and eventually the world follows too. One of our boldest cornerstone policies was set by legislation here, Senate Bill 100, also known as SB 100, which requires 100% of California's electricity to come from renewable and zero carbon resources by 2045. This policy not only guides our planning and investment decisions, but also signals to the market and the world that California is serious about decarbonization. SB 100 is especially critical because electrification is the foundation of California's climate strategy. From homes and buildings to industrial facilities and transportation, we are working to shift most energy use toward clean electricity as a way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So some people thought it was crazy that California would set such a big goal. Even here in California, some people thought it was crazy. But we are now at 67% clean energy. You heard the chair earlier, they're almost 70%. And of that, 43% are from renewables like solar and wind. And we are working really hard to get to that last 30%, but we know that's going to be the biggest challenge, and that's where we need partners. And another way that California has become a leader in clean energy solutions is by investing in research and development and in public-private partnerships. We have a grant program known as EPIC that allows us to invest more than $130 million annually in research and development to improve existing technologies, so we're always trying to make things better, and to support emerging or brand new technologies. And this funding has been transformational, but we also have been intentional about ensuring it supports the most vulnerable and disadvantaged communities in California. If we're focused on the technology, we can't forget about the people it needs to serve, right? And they are the ones who are most affected by climate change. So the EPIC program is required to allocate at least 25% of investments to sites located in and benefiting disadvantaged communities, and an additional minimum of 10% to sites located in and benefiting low-income communities. But the good news is we have surpassed that goal and are nearly at 70% of these investments in disadvantaged and low-income communities. And I hope Kenya and Nigeria draw inspiration from this. The Energy Commission has also leveraged our R&D investments for non-lithium ion technologies to advance long-duration energy storage, which have helped developers build out better microgrids. And this might be an area of interest for Kenya and Nigeria. Many of these microgrids have served our indigenous populations of California Native American tribes who have been affected by power outages because many of them live in rural areas where they aren't sufficiently connected to the grid. So even in a state like California, that's one of the largest economies in the world, this still happens where not everyone is connected, not everyone is getting the electricity. And those tribes with microgrids have been able to serve not just their tribal members, but also their surrounding communities because their facilities can function as service centers. And we heard how critical centers are, given the Chimera example. So the work the Energy Commission has been doing with tribes does remind me of what Kenya and Nigeria are trying to do with mini grids, is what I heard them called when we were on the trip. It's making sure that all of their people, our people, have access to energy, and preferably clean and affordable energy, and an opportunity for prosperity. So with that note, I will conclude by saying that we have a lot to learn from each other, and I hope we can continue sharing best practices, lessons learned, and our policy solutions so that we can celebrate even more wins together. I think we're going to have a third one of these, right, Tokes? So again, thank you so much for having me, for listening here. And I am going to turn it over to my colleague, Luam Tesfaye, who is an incredible energy leader. She's not at the Energy Commission. I forgive her for that. But she has done some wonderful work. And the Public Utilities Commission, where she works, has been a wonderful partner to us. It takes all of us to get to that 100% clean energy goal. So here we are. All right, thank you. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much, Commissioner Gallardo, for those excellent remarks. So fundamental to the conversation that we're about to have. So my name's Luam Tesfaye, and I serve as the Executive Director for the California Public Utilities Commission. I wanted to start by thanking Secretary Mashakin and Dr. Ramji for organizing and facilitating this partnership between California and Africa. It's been fantastic and very personal to me to see this administration under Governor Newsom's leadership be able to endeavor in these activities and initiatives with Africa, my parents being from Ethiopia and Eritrea. So, and always Director Asefa here, my other Habesha in the administration, always following his lead. Thank you. So for the conversation today, we have three entrepreneurs here on the stage who are going to be really sharing with us a lot of new technologies and innovations to be able to highlight growth and energy opportunities in Africa. This conversation is something I'm very keen on. Being at the California Public Utilities Commission, we're always looking for new ways to innovate with our electricity grid, both with our utilities and our energy resource developers, and really trying to bring customer value. And so we'll have that be a big part of the conversation today. We know that affordability is a very important conversation as we're talking about climate. We need to make sure that consumers are bought in to our climate innovation. And when they see their customer bills, that is a big part every month. And I had an opportunity to travel to Kenya around 2016. They are working with the Kenya Energy Regulatory Commission and learning about how they also are connecting with the Wanjiku, with their customers, and really understanding how important it is to make sure that people have access to reliable, clean, and affordable electricity. So on the stage today, I have Dr. Wilson Hago, founder and CEO of Hago Energetics. I have Charles Oppenheimer of the Oppenheimer Project and Jonathan Kialo of Beam Global. And so next I want to turn to our speakers to give a 30-second intro to your organization, and then we'll dive into the conversation. So we'll start right here with Charles Oppenheimer.
Okay, thank you. So great to be here. Oppenheimer Project is our organization that kind of supports my grandfather's values, Robert Oppenheimer, and Frank Oppenheimer happened to start the Exploratorium. So I hope you all get to enjoy the Exploratorium. But I started it with the intention of sharing support for science and technology, and the idea that something even as potentially dangerous as fission can be used for tremendous good. And in that process, got involved in supporting nuclear energy as a source for global abundance, And that's been a big focus for us. And right now we're launching a global coalition, a philanthropic coalition to support nuclear energy expansion. And looking at Africa, we'll be in Rwanda next month and have some great partners joining that, and I'll be able to talk about that next.
That's a great introduction. Now let's turn to Dr. Wilson Hago.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Yeah. So yeah, our company, Hago Energetics, is a waste to energy company. We are deeply concerned about how we can turn just any waste materials to valuable products, particularly hydrogen. So think of us as a waste to hydrogen company. And the waste can come from a variety of different sources, agriculture, landfills, and also just methane that has not been monetized from natural gas wells. Our work has been funded by the California Energy Commission, so we're very thankful to them for having funded, and I'll tell you a little bit more about it, but I only was given 30 seconds, so.
Great. And then let's turn to Mr. Kialo.
First of all, thank you. My president and CEO, Desmond Whitley, would have been here today, but he's been already traveling in Eastern Africa. He's been in Kenya, Tanzania, mainland, Zanzibar, Rwanda, engaging with leaders, trying to create early wins in the implementation of the Memorandum of Understanding. And I'm very pleased to introduce my colleague, in case we don't have enough time to talk about BEAM Global, Keith Regan, who is our director of regional sales. Find time to speak with him. BEAM Global is a sustainable technology innovation company based in San Diego. We've been around since 2006. We are publicly traded on NASDAQ since 2019. We currently have offices in San Diego, in Michigan, in Sarajevo, and in Serbia, in the Middle East, in the UAE, and we are ramping up in Africa. We think about it in three ways. We provide transportation electrification, we provide energy storage and security, and we support smart cities. We'll turn to that in a minute, but we're pleased to be here to be able to provide the sustainable solutions. Thanks.
Fantastic. So some of our goals for this panel today are going to be highlighting technological solutions to really help Africa leap over the existing technology and meet its growing energy goals. We're also really trying to counter the narrative that the climate transition is just a cost burden on customers, and really see how the energy transition can also be a transition to grow jobs and grow economies. So with this first question, and I want to start with Mr. Kialo on this question. We've really talked, you've introduced a few of the solutions that each of your organizations are highlighting, but really, how do you prove out that value for specific customers? And so what we want to talk about here is really this challenge of talking about how the solution isn't just a cost, but it's an opportunity and a value. So can we start with you?
That is a great question, because it would be a mistake to see this only as a cost. What BEAM Global provides is enabling a solution that empowers the clean energy solutions. We are not just an EV technology company. We provide EV electrification across all the layers: land, sea, ground, and critical sectors. We provide smart city solutions and capital support. We also provide sustainable security in energy provision. And you put it in context and think about it for a minute. If you think about Africa, currently about 60% of the young people in Africa are below the ages of 20. By 2030, it's projected that 40% of the world's youth will live in Africa. Now, what are we talking about? The largest and the youngest population workforce that ever lived in the planet. So we cannot be doing things the same way we've done them over and over again. We need solutions that are focused on the future, learning from the present. And in terms of BEAM Global, the solutions that we provide really empower economies. They provide transportation, they provide support to economies and commerce, and they provide clean cities, smart city solutions. And the capital investment, yes, is a cost. But once you've done that, it's zero cost because operating costs are lowered forever. I was born in in Kenya. I'm a kerosene educated child from the time my primary school education. I never had access to any light. It took me my entire work life to electrify my own residential home, and I still pay bills today. With the solutions that we have, that does not have to be the case. So there are solutions. There's a technology. We have the resources, and it can be done. And I think Africa is in demand of those.
Fantastic. Next, we turn to Dr. Hago.
Yeah, so our value proposition is how do we maximize the value of our waste and then create valuable products from it. So the product that we are making is hydrogen, and hydrogen is a global commodity product. It's a $100 billion business today. And if you can make it, you can sell it. You can make, with hydrogen, you can make ammonia, just combine it with nitrogen and air, and then you have and ammonia is a precursor to fertilizers. So if you can make your hydrogen, you can make the ammonia, then you're self-reliant, self-resilient. You don't have to depend on somebody else providing you with fertilizers. Another product that's very in high demand is methanol. And methanol, you can also, you start out with hydrogen, you can make the methanol. The key or the gotcha in all of this is that hydrogen today is a product that has a very high carbon intensity. So people are looking for low carbon ways of making it. And we have, through our research, we've found a way. The way that we do it is to incorporate do a process where we capture methane and we react it with a carbon product called biochar. And then what happens then is that the methane is decomposed in the presence of the biochar. And the carbon from the methane goes into the biochar, and the biochar goes into the soil as a soil amendment. So you have a junction of energy and agriculture, where the biochar does something good for the soil, and you're creating hydrogen, a decarbonized fuel, basically, for industry. So that's our value proposition is basically how do we replace the present process for making hydrogen with a low carbon process, and at the same time create the jobs. So this we're creating a new industry from scratch, and that's what we want to do in Africa, so that it's more self-resilient and self-sufficient.
Okay, then let's go to Charles.
Sure. Yeah, talking about the cost driver of nuclear energy is one of my favorite subjects, and love to share with the crowd just some reflections. You know, nuclear energy itself has gone through a reevaluation. I grew up in the Oppenheimer family, being vaguely skeptical of it, just ambient fear of it, probably like many people. It's dangerous, it's unsafe, is what I hadn't looked into it. And I took another look at it when I was really worried about the climate. I consider myself an environmentalist, and I found pretty easily the facts around it, that it actually isn't dangerous. It's one of the safest forms of energy measured by the number of people who've been hurt by it with the amount of energy, and it has a very safe record, and it has this terrible reputation that everybody knows about through the media. But all over the world, you see this re-acceptance, and it's really driven by the climate imperative and the energy imperative. Now, when it comes to cost, it's also a complicated question. We've seen cost drivers at the largest scale. One of the best examples in the world is France. So France, nuclear energy deployment, they deployed nuclear energy across their entire economy in the 1970s for about $300 billion in adjusted terms. And they have the lowest cost of energy in Europe and the cleanest, most carbon-free. So what we know about nuclear energy is if you really invest at a large scale, it can have these great drivers for lowered cost and great system output. And then the other side of nuclear energy, everybody knows it's really complicated, it's really expensive. How do you pay for it? And does it fit with Africa? We believe that it does fit with Africa. You mentioned leapfrogging. There's times where the things that we've done in the West and got things wrong, you can learn from that and do it a better way. And there's a huge appetite for industrial levels of energy, not just the politically correct version that we like, decarbonization, but Africa needs a lot of industrial energy, and we all want it to be carbon free. And so nuclear energy has a great ability to get in the system and drive costs down. But that's one reason we focus on a philanthropic leader. You need to build capacity, you need to build scientists, and you need to build that basic economic proposition for deploying nuclear energy in Africa. And I think there's a great case for it, and a great case for it in California, which is also a struggle here, unlike most states, which I'm happy to talk about.
Point taken. Well, I want to thank all of our speakers today. I think we've been able to hear a lot about how your different technologies and services are making new pathways in Africa and creating these opportunities. And we have so many people in this room that are ready to take this to the next level. And so I hope there can be some more conversations. With that, I wanted to invite Commissioner Gallardo up to the stage, and we can do a photo. And I want to put a round of applause for all of the speakers. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you so much to that panel. We are obviously running a little behind schedule, so we are going to try to pick it up a little bit so that we can finish on time. So if I could invite our next speakers for our fireside chat to please join us in the front. That's Secretary Yana Garcia from Cali, PA, as well as Mr. Moranfola from UBA and Ms. Rachel Kite from the UK. Great. Great. Well, I'd like to welcome my colleagues to the floor, and I'll hand it off to Secretary Garcia to launch us off.
Sure. I have numbers. Okay, cool. I may come join you all sitting in a second. I understand we have a tight timeline to keep. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. My name is Yana Garcia. I serve as the Secretary for Environmental Protection. I run the Environmental Protection Agency here in the state of California. I am so grateful to all of the organizers for pulling together this space. I see Director Alyssa here. Thank you for your leadership in convening us. I also know that my colleague, Secretary Mashakin, is out here somewhere as well. Thanks to his leadership as well, and to the Bay Area Council and everybody who really came together for this. Partnership globally is so critical at this time, especially when we are seeing far too many leaders pull away from very necessary and urgent climate action. I'm excited to be here with my colleagues here today as well. Rachel Kite and Rotimi Moranfola, thank you so much for joining us here. An exciting, quick fireside chat for you all, really focused on climate action. The action that is needed to meet the moment in this decade of implementation, the last few years, in fact, of the decade of implementation that we find ourselves in. I want to start by just sharing a tiny bit about California's climate action before I kick it over to a couple of questions. I think many of you are aware that California is well on our path to achieve carbon neutrality by 2045. That would also include an 100% target for retail electricity to be clean electricity by 2045 as well. And we have a target to achieve by 2035, just around the corner, 100% of new vehicle sales being zero emission vehicles. We know that we cannot get there alone. And as we're seeing, again, as I mentioned, a pullback from our colleagues in the federal government from climate leadership, we rely so much more on our international partners. And we remain a steady and stable partner for the international community in the face of so much questionable leadership, putting it nicely, from our federal colleagues. I also know that we're here on the heels of Earth Day. And so many multiplier benefits when we're looking at decarbonizing transport by land and sea, as so many of you have been discussing. We have a direct correlative benefit of improving air quality for so many communities, for us here in California who live near our ports and freight corridors, as well as so many communities across the globe. We know that the clean transition also comes with good jobs, healthy jobs, and healthier communities for all of us. So I'm really excited to be here and be a part of all of this work with all of you, and talking about climate finance as well, ensuring that we're going to be able to leverage the finance that we have out there in the world at work right now, but also ensuring that we're getting more to where it needs to go. So without further ado, I want to turn to our esteemed panelists, and I'm going to come join you all on these beautiful red stools. So Rachel, I'd like to start with you, if that's okay. So the United Kingdom has partnered, of course, with many jurisdictions across the world to help drive climate action, including through a recent memorandum of understanding with us in California. Thank you very much for your partnership. But it'd be great to get your reflections on what makes for a productive partnership to spur action on the ground with some examples of partners across Africa, especially now that we have these formal partnership agreements.
Well, thank you very much. It's wonderful to be here, and it's wonderful to see such a focus on Africa and to sort of get a window in on your partnership with Africa, because, I mean, the continent as a whole, the 54 countries, this is a renewable energy hyperpower. This is a critical minerals and metals hyperpower, and there's no reason at all why Africa can't, as a continent, the African Union, helping all of its member states just move all the way forward through this transition. But it's going to take a lot of help, in particular when it comes to finance. So for us, so we have obviously strong, deep and long ties to a number of English-speaking African countries. So those ties are turning from a sort of, well, from an aid relationship into a trade and investment relationship. So we have mechanisms that help African countries build out their capital markets. Then we have an array of tools that we use using our public money to catalyze and to crowd in private finance. We have a number of mechanisms where we've been involved in building credit enhancement facilities, so trying to get over local currency issues, so local currency guarantees in Nigeria, for example, through InfraCredit. And then, of course, we have technical cooperation, because for many African countries, it is the institutions, the soft infrastructure, that's almost harder than the hard infrastructure. So how do you make your utility function for an electricity system which is going to be fit for the modern age? How do you think through the rules of the road for the crowding in private finance of all possible kinds? So we have a multi-varied sort of partnership. A lot of it on technical cooperation, a lot of it on sort of deepening research, but also a lot of it on just the how-to. And it's forcing us to change the way we behave, because if we're going to crowd in international finance into Africa because we think it's a good bet, we have to persuade our pensions industry, our asset owners, the asset managers, all collected in London as a financial centre, that they need to understand the real risk of Africa, not the perceived risk. So we've got work to do at home as well.
For that really helpful response. And I should apologize because I assume that Rachel Kite needs no introduction. But she is obviously the UK Special Representative on Climate Change, and we're so lucky to have her on this tour she's doing across so many locations for the next few weeks. But turning to you, Rotimi, CEO of UBA America. One of the key drivers of climate action is, of course, finance, which has been a key priority for so many African countries. UBA has a presence, of course, in 20 nations across the continent, and is one of the top 20 largest banks in Africa. Given that context, I'd love to hear from you a bit about your perspective about the financing landscape across Africa. And if you could tell us a bit about the financial innovation that's happening across the continent, and how that can be leveraged to support ambitious climate projects.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me here, and to the distinguished and excellent audience as well. It's a pleasure to be in San Francisco. I was saying to somebody the last time I was in California was 20 years ago. And I was in Los Angeles, by the way, so being in San Francisco. With this beautiful weather, I wish I could take you back to New York. I work for United Bank for Africa, like she said, the financial institution that has significant footprint across Africa, 20 African countries, for international footprints. As an institution, we also have a very unique presence in the United States as the only financial institution from Africa that has a US dollar clearing capacity in the US. part of the Federal Reserve System. So essentially that helps to support investment flows into Africa, development that flows into Africa, providing the nexus between Africa and the rest of the world, and of course, very importantly, the US. I'm glad that the theme actually shows that the climate conversation is not one of just environmental obligation, but an economic strategy. Today we are talking about how we can actually access capital, channel them into climate-friendly projects and make money. There's a whole lot of things happening across Africa today when we go to all the geographies, and because of our footprint, we have visibility across them in most of sub-Saharan Africa. Today, what we have seen is that it is not a challenge of availability of bankable projects or opportunities, but much more of structures. Structuring of a deal is what makes the difference between the bankability, the capacity for investment returns to come back, or otherwise. What we have done as a financial institution is to, again, seek partnerships. So to a large extent, we find pools of capital available within the African continent. We also find international capital available, and we try to match those as much as possible. We have seen a lot of pension funds, for example, get very active in financing infrastructural deficit across Africa. Today, annual requirement is up to about $200 billion, and half of that is still a gap. As an institution, we have seen the importance of having collaborations. UBA, for example, was an institution in Tanzania that supported the Refugee Dam project, which was about a $2 billion project with partnerships across different stakeholder groups. We're also very active in places like Kenya. In Mozambique, for example, we have seen a lot of activity around the wind energy aspect, where, for example, the British International Investment, working with the Global Lake, has actually embarked on a very massive wind energy project. So across different countries, even Africa, even Nigeria, Ethiopia we mentioned here, we are seeing much more that African economies are trying to significantly move the conversation narrative, not just around climate change and compliance with the requirements about net zero, to opportunities for development. Because typically, the infrastructural deficit is real across different segments, whether it's power, across board. So as a continent, financial institutions are very actively involved now in that conversation around how do we bring capital, blended capital financing, to ensure that such projects get off the shelf and gets into execution.
It's very helpful. And maybe a follow-up question for you, because I know that many of us, at least in state government, who have had the great privilege of meeting with colleagues from Kenya to Nigeria and executing some of these MOUs are curious to know what can we do as international partners, state governments for sure in California and the UK, to ensure that we are also supporting that leverage capital, that we are also supporting the influx of financing to the hubs of innovation that they need to go to throughout the continent.
Yeah, thank you. Again, there's a very, very strong need for what I refer to as blended financing, where you find public enterprises support significantly the private sector. For example, one of the projects I mentioned earlier, you have the US DFC providing significant political risk insurance to some of the projects I talked about. So where you have capacity of public enterprises, public institutions, government as they were, putting resources together or structures in place to support, to de-risk some of these financing requirements, that it helps the projects get off the ground. Within our group, we also have the chairman of the UBA group, for example, has a foundation called the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which provides seed capital to entrepreneurs across Africa. Yes, it's targeted at SMEs primarily, targeted at just startups, but this is a non-refundable seed capital that ensures that projects, and significantly, a lot of them are climate-related, they're waste management related. And so we are seeing a whole lot of progress in that area as well, getting to ensure that from that little seed capital, projects are getting to expand. Now, the collaboration that we require to be able to ensure that these projects get off the ground are, first of all, approaching these investments not from the perspective of specific projects, but looking at it from the point of view of an ecosystem, so that we're not looking at deals alone, but we're looking at corridors, for example. Those help to be able to scale those projects. They make them more bankable. Where I see it, for example, I'm looking at the Africa-California corridor, and I'm seeing a lot of nexus between the capacity of Africa to supply, for example, right, and the needs and requirements of a California state, whether we're referring to things like the need for sustainable aviation fuels, where we can easily talk about options with the large biomass feedstock that we have in Africa, across West Africa. We talked about electronic vehicles some time ago. The 30% of cobalt and lithium required across the world resides in African countries, I mean. So you find that the ability to actually find a structure that enables those collaborations and handshake and ensures that those resources flow helps a place like California, for example. So financial institutions primarily are in a position to ensure that capital is pulled together across stakeholder groups and channeled to projects. One of the things we do on ground in many countries as well, for example, is to provide some kind of hedge on local currency financing. Because to some extent, when those projects happen, some of the revenues are generated in local currency. And so across Africa, for example, we trade over 14 currencies just to ensure that ability to settle is also not a challenge when people need to repatriate their funds into the original investment source.
Thank you. It's very helpful. Well, perhaps dovetailing off of that a little bit and maybe bringing it back to the global. As I mentioned at the top, we are in the second half of the critical decade of implementation in climate action. And we have a lot of work we clearly need to do as a global community, particularly to stay on track for our long-term climate goals, and leveraging finance flows is such a critical piece of this. According to the Climate Policy Initiative, we need to increase climate finance flows 5-fold to reach our goals. And one key recent benchmark was the decision at COP29, of course, around the new global climate financial goal to mobilize $300 billion a year by 2035. There's still a huge gap to fill to reach that goal. And so drawing from your extensive careers, both of you, in climate action and in finance, maybe some thoughts on how you think we can mobilize finance at scale, particularly in developing countries, to achieve some of these goals. And maybe I'll kick it back to you, Rachel, to start.
Yeah, so does this work? Yeah, sorry. So that this agreement of 300 billion a year, that 300 billion has to work really hard, because it has to leverage, far more than that. Estimates are we need at least 1.3 trillion in order to be able to help every country through its transitions, energy, food, finance, but also to build the resilience that we need to the climate impacts we're all experiencing now. And so, first of all, there needs to be some system change within the financial system. And so for countries like the UK, who are members of the G7 and of the G20, there is a special responsibility to try to make some of the changes happen. So which means that obviously we're seeking growth for our own domestic purposes. That growth can come by investing more in the parts of the world that are growing faster than we are, and which are highly populous and dynamic and have got all the skills, and of course have got the renewable energy and the mining and the minerals that we sit at the other end of the supply chain for. And I'm not calling for extractive capitalism. I'm talking about helping then Africa have its own green industrialization. That's an investment opportunity for all of us. So that means that there is fiduciary and regulatory changes that have to be made in developed countries so that more of our pools of capital, whether those are our pension funds, whether those are insurers acting as investors, that this finds it easier to reach the parts that finance is not reaching at the moment by CPI's own numbers. So there's a lot of sort of domestic reform that has to happen. Secondly, there is this huge gap between the reality and the perception of investing in Africa. And we're doing everything that we can to make data much more transparent, to show that in actual fact, the pooled risk of investing in Africa is a much more sensible opportunity than perhaps people think looking at individual projects. And so there are pools of capital, and of course the multilateral development banks, of which the US is a member of many of them, have been investing in Africa for 30, 40 years on the private sector side and 80 years on the public sector side. And guess what? They have had a very successful set of interventions. The defaults on guarantees, the defaults on loans, etc., have been minimal. And when you put all of that information together and make it public, then an insurer that is a long-term investor can say, oh, actually, there are pools of finance that I can join that can mean that I can invest in the infrastructure that Africa needs now, and I'm going to get the kind of return that I want. So there's reform that we need at home. There is data and transparency that's needed. And then thirdly, can we use some of our international capital and our public money to encourage the savings on the African continent and the domestic mobilization of resources into Africa's infrastructure needs? So we're much more familiar with the risk that it takes to start an offshore wind industry, for example, to go big on solar. California is too. So if we can use our expertise and some of our public finance to help African pension funds and African assets invest in their own infrastructure, this is the way that we're going to be able to make progress. And the really, really important point to make here is that we are well into our energy transition, and we will meet our goals to be almost an energy neutral, have an energy neutral system by 2030, right? We decoupled our growth from carbon over the last 50 years, but we can't protect British people, and British people can't have energy security unless Africa succeeds in its transition. We are all linked together. If the Congo rainforest fails, then that means the waterfall and the rainfall and the precipitation, which helps a huge swathe of Africa grow vegetables, grow other produce for Africans, but also for export to the UK. Suddenly our basket of goods that we would buy on a weekly basis becomes prohibitively expensive. In fact, things will disappear. Similarly, if we can't help the extraordinary young, talented population of African countries grow and develop and have decent jobs, then that becomes another security issue for us, which has become a toxic political debate in Europe and the UK. So it is in our strategic interest to make this succeed. This isn't about a handout. This isn't about our net zero targets. It is about our net zero targets, but it's about the new relationship that we have with the African continent. I think that's the same for California.
Yes, thank you, Secretary Kate, for saying that. Africa contributes less than 4% to global carbon emission. But today, the African continent is still at a disadvantaged position. And so when it comes to even power generation, energy availability, and all of that, there's always a discussion around, can we talk of transition now in Africa where we still do not have the basic infrastructure that is alternative, right? And that's where this conversation becomes very important. How do we seek the opportunities in those spaces and catalyze investments into ensuring that we can see those options become viable investment opportunities? Now, where we sit today, there is a convergence of both urgency and opportunity, right? We've spoken about a couple of initiatives over time, but I think it's time for action. Government institutions, providing the environment, the enabling environment, I say policy. I like the conversation about Kenya, for example, where today 80% of the power generation is clean energy sources. It has to be deliberate. Also, the transition to zero carbon emission vehicles, EVs, and all that, it has to be deliberate. Now, putting resources together between the private sector, financial institutions, investors, foreign investors that have capacity and are looking for returns. By the way, I'm not sure you get any returns anywhere in the world better than what you get in Africa today. So the opportunities are there, but putting a team together, structures together that ensure that across all the different stakeholder groups, financial institutions, the DFCs, development of financial institutions, like I mentioned earlier, private investment, and the government also providing the support in some cases when it comes to maybe policy initiatives, but very importantly, the role of international institutions in providing comfort to investors that are looking at doing business in Africa. Typically, when you will talk about business in Africa, the first thing that comes to a lot of people's mind is the risk. The risk does exist, but there are structures to mitigate those risks. And then they make those transactions opportunities viable. And again, I'm emphasizing the fact that we should not approach it from the point of view of just specific transactions, but a cluster of opportunities so that we can actually pull all this together and advance. I'll make this comment. The Eastern Corridor, India and China, has been very much on the forefront. Today, the US is very much active in trying to say we want to move into Africa and do a lot of business across the countries. California can and should, as the fourth largest economy in the world, directly deal with Africa. Seek those opportunities. The reality is that we need to move and convert momentum into movement. Convert all the information we have into specific actions and execution. As a financial institution, again, I mentioned the United Bank for Africa being here in the US has the ability to provide US dollar clearing, the only African bank that does that. And across all the different 20 African countries, we have boots on ground. So there's the opportunity, and just not about UBA, a lot of financial institutions now are deliberately seeking to support the investment flows from the US into Africa. No longer are the conversations about aid, but about trade, about investment. It's the time to move.
Incredibly well said closing remarks, I think, from both of you. Thank you so much. And I know I speak for all of my colleagues representing Governor Newsom, but suffice to say that we're incredibly lucky to represent a governor and an administration that believes in the power of international partnership, in particular our partnership with Africa, with the African continent and all of the nations represented, the innovation that is represented there, and our interconnectedness in achieving a better climate for all of us while we also grow our economy. So thank you both so much for this extraordinary panel. Thank you again for holding this space. And I know they're going to play the music on us, so we will wrap it up. Thanks very much. Thanks for having us.
Thank you so much, Secretary Garcia. We'll take a brief photo and then move to our closing. Okay, let's do quick. Well, thank you so much, everybody. We're going to be moving to our closing session now. And so it's really inspiring to hear throughout the day all of these amazing opportunities for us to catalyze our partnerships with our African counterparts. And when we talk about catalyzing ideas, it's really about how do we bring these memorandums of understanding, these partnerships to reality and make them tangible. And I think a really leading example of that is what Chancellor Gary May at UC Davis has done, bringing to bear the resources of the UC system, of UC Davis, and he'll speak about his recent visit to the continent, and it's really inspiring stuff. So I'd like to invite Chancellor Gary May up to begin our closing ceremony.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. I want to just begin by thanking all of you for being here with us today. I also want to extend my deep appreciation to our distinguished partners from across Africa. In particular, I want to recognize Ambassador Mohammed from Kenya, Dr. Majikadun, Director General of Nigeria's National Council on Climate Change, and the representatives from across Africa, the African continent, who join us today. I would also like to recognize the presence of the California Assembly members, Matt Haney and Dr. Corey Jackson, as well as Samuel Asafa, my travel buddy, Director of the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation, for their leadership and partnership. Finally, I want to acknowledge, as many of us have today, Secretary Tokes Mashakin, California State Transportation Agency, for his continued leadership and partnership. And I also want to give a special recognition to my colleague, Dr. Adita Ramji, and the team at the Institute for Transportation Studies for their remarkable commitment and efforts in making this forum and our broader partnership possible. So a year ago at this forum, I spoke about the need for research to drive action. Today, what gives me hope is that this partnership is moving beyond conversation and taking institutional form. Over the past year, California signed MOUs with Kenya and Nigeria. UC Davis, through its ITS and the Global South Center, is entrusted with helping carry this work forward as the Secretariat and steady academic partner as this effort moves from vision to implementation. That matters because strong partnerships do not advance on goodwill alone. They advance through follow-through, coordination, and trust. They advance when ideas are translated into working relationships, technical exchange, capacity building, and sustained collaboration across institutions. And that's the kind of progress we are beginning to see. When I visited Kenya last November, I witnessed that progress firsthand. I met public leaders with a clear sense of purpose and a strong understanding that climate action must also deliver jobs, resilience, and opportunity. I saw researchers and students and entrepreneurs eager to build solutions that fit their own contexts. I came away even more convinced that California and African partners have much to learn from one another. That engagement is also becoming visible across different parts of UC Davis. In the transportation sector, the Global South Center is helping to deepen technical exchange and policy collaboration to advance e-mobility initiatives in Kenya. In health, our Betty Irene Moore School of Nursing is expanding its collaboration with the University of Nairobi in areas such as nursing education, digital health, cancer care, and HIV research. UC Davis is also strengthening ties through global learning opportunities in Africa, and that includes the Rwanda program on One Health and Sustainable Development, as well as global health internships in Ghana and South Africa. Through the Resilience Plus initiative facility, we are supporting smallholder farmers in sub-Saharan Africa with tools that strengthen resilience in the face of climate shocks. Now, taken all together, these efforts reflect many of the themes that have emerged in today's conversations. Transport decarbonization is not only an environmental necessity, but it's also an economic opportunity. Stronger communities and more resilient agriculture depend on practical partnerships that help people adapt and thrive. Africa's energy future can be cleaner, more secure, and more locally rooted if policy, technology, and investment all come together. And climate finance and private capital will need to become more accessible if promising ideas are to become real projects. So as we move forward, I want to leave us with 3 priorities for the work ahead. First, we need to turn these 2 MOUs into a set of visible, high-value actions that build upon the strongest opportunities highlighted today. That means identifying flagship efforts where California and African partners can learn by doing. Those are clean and zero-emission transportation, climate-smart agriculture, resilient infrastructure, and other areas where research and partnership can translate into practical progress. Through today's sessions, we heard many opportunities, but now the work begins to refine them from discussion into impact. Second, we need to continue building partnerships that bring together the public and private sectors, academia, and civil society. Government can set direction. Universities can provide evidence, analysis, and trusted convening. Industry can help scale solutions. Financial institutions can help make projects bankable and durable. And we need all of those pieces working together if we are to be serious about long-term impact. And third, we need to invest in capacity and relationships, not just projects. The strongest partnerships are about building institutions. They strengthen local expertise. They create opportunities for students, researchers, entrepreneurs, and public officials to work across borders and to solve problems together. That's especially important if we want to this transition to be inclusive, and if we want the benefits to reach communities, and most importantly, the next generation who will help shape our future. UC Davis is committed to that kind of partnership. Over the past year, we have seen encouraging progress through ITS and the Global South Center, driven by growing collaboration with African universities and institutions. Our engagement continues to deepen across transportation, agriculture, health, education, and innovation. And this is not a one-way exchange, and that's what gives me the greatest optimism. California brings expertise in policy and technology and institution building. Our African partners bring urgency, talent, entrepreneurial energy, and solutions tailored to local needs. That is what makes this partnership valuable. It's also what gives universities such as UC Davis a meaningful role to play. As a public research university, our role is to support this work with evidence, analysis, and long-term collaboration that helps good ideas take hold onto practice. So thank you all for the seriousness, the partnership, and commitment that each of you brought to this effort. We are proud to be a part of it, and we look forward to helping strengthen it in the years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor May. And those words are very inspiring. And I want to echo especially our thanks to our partners, including our legislative partners. And so I'd like to invite first Assembly Member Dr. Corey A. Jackson to come up and speak about sort of the opportunities between California, between our legislators, and bringing that to bear when we talk to our partners in Africa and beyond. So Assembly Member, please.
Well, hello. I bring greetings from the California Legislative Black Caucus, who is grateful for this critical event. And we are thankful for our Transportation Secretary, EPA Secretary, and many of the other institutions here from the state of California, and commissioners and other dignitaries as well. And grateful for being in the hood of my dear colleague, Assemblymember Haney, who's a true friend of Africa. I would just say this, it is the legislature's goal to make sure that we lean in on our subnational relationships. As the world continues to be more and more turbulent and filled with conflict, we understand that subnational relationships are going to be the cornerstone for advancement in many of the areas of climate, education, energy, and so much more, agriculture as well. And so we are continuously wanting to find ways to create relationships that are both, can be both beneficial to both of our subnational bodies, but also in terms of making sure that we double down on our goal, which is this. We want California to be Africa's strongest and most consistent subnational partnership with all countries on the continent of Africa. And we want to, this is just the beginning of what we want to do. So if you want to continue to make sure that we build and enhance relationships with your institutions, please reach out to us, and we will certainly reach out to you as well. And so right now we have about two, soon to be two, official sister state relationships. By the end of this year, our goal is to have three. And we want to continue to bring them through the process as we do that. And so that no matter what our political leaders and the changes that may happen because of that, our institutions will continue to maintain and advance our agendas together. So thank you very much, and looking very forward to continue to work with each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Jackson. And I'd now like to invite Assemblymember Matt Haney to come up as well, and he'll tell you a little bit about the work that he's been doing to bring these partnerships to bear. But again, the through line of today is partnerships. So please, Assemblymember.
Thank you. Welcome, as Dr. Jackson said, to my hood. This is the district that I'm very proud to represent in the state legislature. My name is Assemblymember Matt Haney. I represent the city and county of San Francisco in the state assembly. And I'm so grateful that all of you are here. When I walked in and I saw this packed room, literally, I just had the biggest smile that there are this many people. Many of you I know who came from about as far away as you can come from, who are here, who believe that our future is tied together. California's future and Africa's future and the world's future are tied together. You know, Dr. Jackson sort of hinted at this, but we're politicians, so we can be a little bit political. There is nothing more ignorant and backwards than when the federal government announced the set of countries that were going to now be restricted from accessing visas and accessing markets here. And he had the large majority of African countries on that list. That is looking at our future and putting a red line through it. Looking at what we need to be doing, which is turning towards each other and instead turning the other way. California has said we're going to go 100% clean energy by 2045. We're only going to sell EVs here in 2035. In San Francisco, we want to be net zero by 2040. What does all of that matter if we're not working with the rest of the world and making sure they can do that as well? We don't have a world, the world doesn't care that we have geographic lines, that you call this San Francisco when you go a couple miles, which, by the way, San Francisco is just 49 square miles. We would be like a really small neighborhood in Lagos. We are a small city, but we're a city that is here surrounded on three sides by water. This is a unique geographic place, one of the most unique cities in terms of our geography of any in the world. And it's made us, I think, forced us to be adaptive, to be resilient, to be innovative, and to look to the rest of the world. When you come here and you can feel it, you're like, you look out and you're like, of course, it makes sense that San Francisco and California see its future in partnership with other places. I had the opportunity to visit for the first time a country in sub-Saharan Africa, Kenya, Nairobi, 3 years ago. And not only was I blown away by my experience, by the people, but I learned about this thing called M-Pesa, where everything was being paid for, including agriculture, including when you buy cows, including anywhere you were. In the most rural place, they were using their phones to pay for things. And I thought, we have so much to learn here. In the technology capital of the world here, Silicon Valley, we're not doing that. But Kenya's doing that. So many countries in Africa are doing that. And since that time, I've been back and I've visited 14 other African countries. And I've now been to 15 African countries. And every single time I learn something, we gain something, and we should see that for the fastest growing continent in the world, some of the fastest growing needs for energy, for transportation, that we should be closely connected and in partnership. And so for Secretary Mashakin, who I know, and others who led, and the Chancellor who led a delegation to Kenya, Nigeria, I know there's close conversations with Ethiopia. Now I'm going to talk a little later about the sister state partnership that we're launching with Lagos, Nigeria. This is the way forward. And for those of you who have committed your time and your energy and your resources to that, thank you. because not only does California and the people of Africa rely on us figuring this out and getting it right for our future, but the entire world is relying on us to turn towards each other, not away from each other. So you've got Dr. Jackson and I in the legislature and some great leaders here, but more importantly, you've got all of you. And I know that together we're going to get this done. Thank you.
Thank you for those inspirational words, Assemblyman. I'd like to now turn and invite a deep partner of this partnership, somebody who has been a steadfast ally to the state of California, to our officials as we're building this, and that is my colleague, Mr. George Atomi, who is the founding partner of GEP Law, and he will give us some reflections on today. So, Mr. Atomi.
Thank you all. It's wonderful to be here, and thank you, Secretary Tukes Mashakin. It was indeed my pleasure, distinct pleasure, to host the California delegation last year. And I believe it was a wonderful event. I have been in legal practice for nearly 50 years. I know you won't believe it. Out of which I have seen some enormous transition in some key drivers of the economy. I think about the telecoms revolution in Nigeria, and I existed at a time where there were only 400,000 functional telephone lines, and they were all your desk handsets. And when the government decided to open up the sector, the issue of who are going to be the takers. And I remember the state company, Nitel, hopping all over the world looking for investors. No takers in Europe, none in the US. They went to, and then eventually the private sector moved in. And I remember I advised MTN in their partnership at the time coming into Nigeria. Now, the important thing about this is that to give teeth to all we've had today, you need to understand how to move into this investment climate. The US for a long time took direction about its investment in Africa through Europe, through the UK. There was hardly any direct relationship. But what I'm saying here gives me a lot of hope. Even if the US today isn't going to do it as the US, California, as the fourth largest economy in the world, must take the lead. And I agree entirely with you. And I want to assure you, we are around to make this happen. We're going to, whether or not, I know you're going to be out of office end of this year, but it doesn't matter. You started a good thing, and many of us will make sure we give life to it, because this is one legacy you're going to leave, and it's going to be monumental. Now, African Continental Free Trade Area, we need to talk about that, because I see at the moment you're reaching out individually to various countries, which is okay, but there's the African Continental Free Trade Area that brings African economies together. And I think we should have another conversation amongst ourselves in Africa, because if you make one entry point, then taking advantage of the free trade arrangement, you can sort of cover the entire continent. So that's something else you need to understand, so it doesn't look like an arduous task trying to get as many MOUs with different countries. Then I want to look at how we could harmonize our business laws, because that's one of the things we need to do in Africa, so that it creates some certainty when businesses want to come into Africa. Right now, if you ask the average businessman, they know very little about what our business laws are like. I'm proud that at my firm, we work with a few of the key American firms, one of them being United Airlines, but that took advantage of the Open Skies Agreement, which was signed a long time ago when Bill Clinton was president. But it took so long after him for that to happen. So we can learn from previous examples of how we can sort of short circuit some of these time lags so that there isn't too much time between the dreamers and the achievers when the time comes. So we've had so much said. The only promise I stand here to give to every one of you is that Africa is open to business. We have a very vibrant young population that's raring to go. And whether it's tech, whether it's the innovations, generally speaking, the talent is there. Energy is what's holding everybody back. And if you go to a lot of these tech hubs in Africa, they have to make do with self-generation, and that ain't gonna work. So we must get to that point where we can give them clean energy, sustainable and affordable. Africa is open for business, and I want to assure every one of you are most welcome. And I look forward to the third edition of this conference. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Awesome. So we're getting to the end of this. So distinguished guests, diplomatic representatives, California state leaders, partners, and friends. My name is Bonnie Nyaga. I'm the International Policy Advisor at the California State Transportation Agency. And it's my honor to be here today. So this is what we call the closing reception. So I'm the one who's holding you between you and going out and socializing. So I'll make it quick and brief. But I want to say that it's more than a closing gathering. It is a celebration of shared purpose, of climate leadership, economic partnership, innovation, and the people-to-people ties that connect California and nations across Africa. So I want to take a moment to thank all of you for being here today. Thank you for the energy. Thank you for the ideas, the spirit of collaboration that you have brought here. There are some few people, we had a lot of delegates, and I know you've heard from a lot of people in the panels and assembly members and very distinguished guests from across the continent of Africa and here in the United States. But I want to have a few people give a few reflections here before we move on to the next of the program. But before I do that, let me recognize other delegations that are here with us today. And I will start by recognizing the delegation from the Democratic Republic of Congo, led by Celestin Kibea, the CEO of Communier. Mr. Celestin, could you please stand up? And Mr. Lino Nshimba, Honorary President of the DRC American Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Lino, please stand up. Thank you. We also had a distinguished guest from the country of Uganda, Mr. David Gonahasa. He might not be here. He was here representing the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. And we just want to thank him for his participation. Now, I want to introduce one speaker, one person who's been very instrumental in all the work that has been done, the trips that were taken in Nigeria. And this is the Reverend Father Professor Hyacinth Ichoku, Vice Chancellor of Veritas University in Abuja. He leads one of Nigeria's notable faith-based institutions of higher learning and has represented Veritas University in service, education, and community engagement. Please welcome Reverend Father Professor Hyacinth Ichoku. Give us a applause.
I think I'm very, very pleased to be here and want to thank all those who have made it possible, the organizers of this conference, who are giving me this opportunity to share a few reflections. When the team visited, led by Talks, visited Nigeria a few months ago, they visited Veritas University. And as a deliberate policy, I asked, okay, the students to do some exhibitions on the tech they are developing, the different techs they are developing, applications, solutions they were developing. And I think the team was really excited about that. And that is just demonstrated the energy of the young people, the incredible passion with which they do their, they try to achieve their goals. And just like Etomi had just said, there's no want of energy among our young people They are craving for energy. They are craving for solutions to their problems and societal problems. But one of the things that is holding them down is energy. Energy is one of the greatest things holding them down. And so in Veritas University, we've tried, and that's cut across every sector of the society. But what we've seen for example, you get to many universities, don't have light. They can't do experiments. They can't study. They can't do this. They can't do that. Even to sleep, you are battling with heat. So there's no aircon there. So it's a lot depends on this solving the energy problem in Africa. So I think that is why we are just enthusiastic about these conversations going on here. In Veritas University, we've not only tried to theorize about it or solve it by mouth only, but we've tried to do something extra. And that's why we engaged ECHO Inc. ECHO, that is at our common home, a company based here in the US, very particularly in California here. And they're trying to help us with setting up a 1.4 megawatt of electricity based on solar. And so, but it's not just, so that's exactly where we are aiming at. And we are hoping that before the beginning of next academic session in October, that will be up and running. And I want to thank Alan Jones, who is here, for making it possible. So, but that's not just enough. That's just not enough. The idea is not just about Veritas, because they are also connecting so many other institutions, hospitals, schools that are owned by the Catholic Church across Nigeria and across the African continent into one big mega solution that will run into many places, many hospitals, many neighborhoods, across the world, solution, energy that will also serve other places and other communities. And that is going on. In fact, for Nigeria only, it's estimated about 3 gigawatts of electricity that will be generated by this company. And that's the kind of solution, and that's the kind of investment we are pleading for. We are asking for people who are interested. That will give motivation to our young people to realize their dream. And so I want to thank you again for giving us this opportunity. And I want to thank all those who have helped us to organize this conference that has motivated us so much, because it's not just that we've heard. Presence alone here means that we go back and begin all over again, trying to find solutions, particularly the solution to energy problem. That is our handicap. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Reverend Father Professor Ichoku, for your meaningful reflections. I told him yesterday that every moment I've seen him since he came to California, he's had a smile on his face, and he brings great energy. So we thank you for that. So ladies and gentlemen, we now come to a very special moment today. One of the most meaningful outcomes of this growing partnership is strengthening ties between California and the state of Lagos in Nigeria. As Lagos State expressed on learning what had happened in the milestone that we're about to talk about, the strength of the long-standing ties between our people and the shared vision for collaboration across innovation, culture, education, and economic development. It also represents a unique opportunity for diaspora engagement from all the people of Nigeria and Lagos. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to welcome again Assembly Member Matt Haney to the stage to speak and present a copy of the Lagos, California State Resolution passed by the Assembly on Monday. Assembly Member Haney proudly represents California's 17th Assembly District in San Francisco and has built a record of leadership on housing, mental health, economic recovery, and tenant protections. He will be joined by Mr. Jermaine Sanwalu, who is the Executive Secretary of the Lagos State Office of Diaspora Affairs. I would also like to invite anyone of Nigerian heritage to join us on stage as an Assembly member, gives his remarks as we have this presentation.
You know, like I said, the last few years I've been learning a lot about African countries. And one thing I've learned, especially recently since we've announced this sister state, is there's some competition a little bit between different countries and states. And so I hope that, first of all, that this commitment that we've made as a state, or that we're in the process of making with Nigeria and with Lagos specifically, is a sign of our broader commitment to Africa and African countries and African people. And we are really excited to be moving forward and stepping forward with Lagos State. Now, I had the opportunity actually twice now to go to Lagos State and to spend time there. I was there just this past December, which is an interesting time to go to Lagos, an incredible time culturally. But while I was there, there are so many similarities between Lagos and California. We're both a port state, an area along the coast that relies on trade, that has a huge part of our economy connected to the rest of the world. Lagos, like California, is an incredible hub for entertainment and culture and music, shaping culture all over the world. Some of my first interactions with people from Lagos were right here down the street, where we have a music label called Empire that actually is #1 in Nigeria for streams. Artists like Fireboy, DML, and Ashake, and so many others record right down the street here. And I've been there while they record. And film, Hollywood, Nollywood, agriculture, and also clean energy and technology. Over 2,000 startups in Lagos, leading in so many ways. And lastly, I'll say, California is also one of the largest places in the country, home to the Nigerian diaspora, Nigerian Americans, who are incredible leaders in so many different sectors in our state, and contributing to what makes California such a powerful, impactful place. So I know that we're doing that right now, and we're doing some of it together. And what this commitment that we're making together with California and Lagos is, we can do even more if we actually turn towards each other and do it in partnership. And so this for us, and I'll turn it over as well, this for us, California right now has about 30 sister state relationships. 40 years we've been having these sister states around the world, and only one other sister state do we have in sub-Saharan Africa. This will be the second. And so it's a big deal for us, the other being Western Cape, Cape Town. This will be the first outside of Western Cape. And I think it is a sign of many things to come in terms of our commitment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, House Representative Matt Haney. I bring you greetings from the governor of Lagos State, Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. Greetings to the beautiful, amazing, glowing, radiating people of California. Give yourselves a round of applause, please. Because we cherish what you represent and what you stand for. California historically has been known as the Gold Rush City, or the Golden City. And surprisingly, Lagos State is known for that iconic golden yellow color. That shows that when other people see challenges, Californians see opportunities, and you have seen an opportunity in the center of excellence, the city of aquatic splendor, the biggest city-state in sub-Saharan Africa, I dare say Africa. That is Lagos State, the home of Nollywood, the home of Afrobeat, the home of the greatest things, the startup capital of Africa. And we have a lot of similarities. You have the Hollywood, we have the Nollywood. You have the Silicon Valley, we have the Yabacon Valley. We are brothers and sisters, not just in creativity, but in innovation, in ingenuity. And now we are now brothers and sisters in prosperity. So we welcome this great change with my brothers and sisters from the diaspora here, having that spirit of Lagos. And we must celebrate our very own, one of the leading, Honorable Chokes Omishaki, who was leading this vibrant change. We celebrate you. You carry the eco spirit, the Lagos spirit. And we also have our own Lagos boy here, Lagos man, Mr. Matt Haney, who spent the last 2 Decembers have been dirty in Lagos in a good way. He came to scout the opportunities, and he's come back with these possibilities of change, that working together, signing this historic momentum contentious resolution between our beautiful cities, I can only see prosperity, I can only see change, I can only see great things happening. So we celebrate you and greetings once again from the beautiful people in Pakpajao, in Lekki, in Ibeju Lekki, in Ikeja, in Surulere. They are saying hi to their brothers and sisters in Riverdale, in Anaheim, in San Francisco, in Sacramento. They are saying hello to you and we welcome you to Lagos. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe if we can take from a little further, you're gonna have to we'll go back so we get everyone. Like this? You don't need to actually read this. Okay, no, so you can see that. And when this is finally formalized, we're going to have a huge celebration, and you all are invited. So we'll let you know. Yeah, we can take one just us two. Yeah, this is okay.
All right, thank you, everyone. When the story of the second California Africa Climate and Economic Forum is written, I think we'll say it brought passion. We just witnessed it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to transition to another part of the program. We're going to transition to another part of the program, which is a gift exchange as part of that program, a moment that reflects mutual respect, friendship, and appreciation among our distinguished guests and California partners. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor at this moment to welcome, to give us some closing remarks and also participate in gift exchange with some of our dignitaries. Secretary Tokes Mashakin of the California State Transportation Agency. Secretary Tokes Mashakin was appointed by the Governor Newsom in 2022 and leads California Transportation Agency with oversight to eight departments, boards, and commissions whose work is centered on safety, equity, climate action, and economic prosperity. But beyond that, on a personal note, I have to say, he's my boss, the most down-to-earth person you've ever seen, always very approachable, and for that, we thank you, Secretary. Come and make your remarks.
Please give Bunny a hand one more time. Bunny and Yanga. He was the one that worked hard with the team. People like Giles and Tammy McGowan, Alana Sanchez, all these folks worked really hard behind the team, our CalSTA team, Kimberly Erickson, our chief of communications. Just thankful for our team for all the hard work they did. Mr. Sanwo-Olu, are you running for office? My goodness. Wow. That was some passion right there. You don't want to be the governor of California. We're trying to figure that out. Don't tell anybody I said that. Look, let me do what I was called to do. But before I do that, real quick, the gift exchange. I was supposed to do this outside for the networking reception, but I'm just going to take advantage of this very briefly. Just some more people that I failed to recognize earlier, and then I'll do the gift exchange, and then we're done. We'll go outside. We will wrap there. Just, again, a handful of people here. Kim Pham. Kim Pham, stand, Kim. Yeah. Kim has been, I keep using the word instrumental. She's been critical, name it. There's so many people that Kim Pham, who's a partner at Deloitte, has connected us to on the African continent. For example, the relationship that we now have with Mr. George Itomi, it was people like Kim, who's long friends with Mr. Itomi, who made that happen. So please give her a hand. Thank you, Kim, for everything that you've done to help us out. Chancellor May, is Chancellor May still here? He just left. Look, people like me, appointed officials, we come and go. Governors come and go. Mayors come and go. But an institution like UC Davis, renowned around the world, making a commitment that they will have a secretariat where this work on ag and transportation, on and on, will continue. That's a remarkable commitment from him. So when you see him, send emails to him, send emails to his team, people like Dr. Ramji, Dr. Kendall. Just really appreciate all the work they do. And the former Dr. Kendall, by the way, if you don't mind standing, what's this guy's name? Dr. Sperling. If you don't know Dr. Dan Sperling, if you don't know him, the guy with the hat on over there, very important man to know. Dr. Sperling, thank you as well for all the partnership for many years in getting us going. Ambassador Rachel Kite, is she still here? Did she leave? She left already. Again, to have the UK representative here. And by the way, she mentioned the fact that she wants to be a part of a bit of a triad. So California, Africa, and UK forming a partnership. I don't know if she mentioned that in her comments. She did. Okay, perfect. Just really important that she mentioned that. So thankful for her. Chief Moses Olafare, where is he? He's not. Oh, there you go. Yeah. This guy really quickly. As many of you have heard, I'm from Nigeria. The part of Nigeria that I'm from has a monarchy, a king. And that king's name is the Oni of Ife. That Oni, that king, is probably has one of the longest histories and is the most influential monarchy on the entire continent. Some will argue the most important monarchy in the world. He represents that king, Chief Olafare. He represents the Oni of Ife. So thank you for being present. Thank you very much. Dr. Tofade, where's Tofade? Please, Dr. Tofade. He's the executive director of NIAID, a organization that is working between Nigeria and the United States to increase partnerships on issues related to economic issues, and now growing into economic issues, into transportation and other issues. Dr. Tofade, executive director of NIAID, thank you very much for being present. Thank you so much. Mr. Evan Reed. Evan Reed, if you don't mind standing. Evan Reed is representing Lieutenant Governor Eleni Koulonakis. I mentioned earlier that the Lieutenant Governor is the state's ambassador. Evan, he understands the African continent, similar to my brother, Matt Haney, my brother from another mother now. Did he leave already? Mr. Haney, they call him Lagos boy. Is that what you call him? Lagos boy. He understands it just like that. Mr. Reed, thank you so much for being present. And you heard from Assembly Member Haney again and Assembly Member Jackson. Thank you so much for being here. Finally, on the list, Dr. Matthew GK please stand. Dr. Matthew GK is a business leader in San Francisco from Nigeria, but a business leader here, a long partner to the state of California in all the small business work that we do. So Dr. Matthew GK, thank you as well for being here. Finally, please give him a hand. Please give him a hand. Finally, Jamie Callahan. Is Jamie still here? She had to go. Okay, she was representing the governor. I just want to thank her very, very much as well for Jamie Callahan representing my boss, Governor Newsom, for being present. So the gifts exchange we will do now. First of all, I want to welcome back up. I think we're going to do these section by section. Again, a man that I mentioned, the growth that we've had in building this partnership would not be possible without him, whether you talk about just in Kenya as a country, but even across the entire continent of Africa. And I say the entire continent because when it comes to climate issues, Ambassador Ali has been, he is the representative for climate issues for the entire continent. I don't know if people know that or not. So when we're negotiating around climate issues around the world, he is one of the people that not only President Ruto, but the other countries on the continent turn to, people like DG Majikadun, her counterpart here. So Ambassador Ali, if you don't mind, come up. Please give him a welcome again. So Ambassador Ali, there's a lot of gold from California. We're at the Golden State. That's so heavy. a lot of things from the state of California and a nice bag from the state of California as well. Ambassador Ali, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right. Next will be Reverend Father Professor Hyacinth Ichoku, Vice Chancellor, Veritas University, Abuja. And next will be Ms. Omotonye Majikadun, the NCC, Director General of the National Council on Climate Change in Nigeria. Thank you, Director General. And next will be Michael Ivenso, Director of Energy, Transport and Infrastructure, National Council of Climate Change in Nigeria. All right, thank you. Next will be Celestine Kibea, CEO of Communie Democratic Republic of Congo. All right, and next will be a man of passion, Jermaine Sanwalu, Executive Secretary, Lagos State Office of Diaspora Affairs.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next will be Paul Njoroge, Kenya Airways Director of Operations. All right, and next will be Mr. Anthony Breen, Kenya Airways Commercial Manager. And now representing the country of Ethiopia, Zemedene Negatu, founding CEO, CBE Capital.
He's writing the $500 million check somewhere.
We'll find him. Oh, he's coming. All right. Let's give him a round of applause as he approaches the stage. Representing the country of Ethiopia. Welcome.
something wrong.
That's it.
Okay, please. I'll just say a couple words and that's it.
Can I do that and then you would? Okay. Before Secretary closes it out, I just want to thank some really special members of our team. This last year and a half that we've been building this partnership, these things don't happen without the immense support of people who work behind the scenes. On the Bay Area Council side, Alex Ford, thank you very much. And Gabriella also from Bay Area Council. Aaron, thank you as well. From our team at Cal STA, Alana, Giles, Jasmine, Jaden, and then from Director Sefa's office, Sierra, I don't know where she is, but Sierra and Sarah, thank you very much. And then from UC Davis, I want to definitely thank Akanksha, Jason, who's been phenomenal getting this together, and Sam, Natalie, and I know I'm forgetting people at this rate, but really, I really appreciate all of these people who work tirelessly, and Mary, of course, on our team as well, who's there somewhere, right there. Thank you very much. And the Exploratorium team, who's been absolutely wonderful, allowing us to do this, and a great partner in this effort, and Sylvia, Estelle, and a whole bunch of other people that I know I'm forgetting, but really wanted to make sure that we recognize all and every one of these individuals who've made very significant contributions to get us here. Thank you very much, and Secretary.
As we close, again, to Dr. Ramji, who just walked away, I want to commend him as well for all the hosting that he's done. Thank you very much for everything you've done. Look, I'll say this, and we can wrap and go network outside, and there's food, additional food here as well. Look, some people argue and contend around the world that we shouldn't be doing what we're doing, that we should just be focused on our own borders and not be concerned about partners in other countries around the world. Tell you a quick example of why this is important. Last year, when we were here, there was a acting ambassador for Nigeria who was present, and he was sharing with our lieutenant governor the importance of a body of water in Nigeria called Lake Chad. Anybody ever heard of Lake Chad before? Okay. Lake Chad, in the last 50 years, has decreased in volume by 90%. 90%. And so some people say, yeah, that's just nature doing what nature does. But there's a whole lot more to it because of climate-related issues is a big part of why that's happening, global warming. So he was making a case to us, and a lot of people were surprised in the room. He was making a case to us that climate change is actually a security challenge as well, a national security challenge. And so people are like, well, why? Well, so many people who live around Lake Chad, Nigerians and people from Niger and people from Chad, they depend on resources related to the water. As the water is depleting because of climate change, they now need a source of livelihood. They need to turn elsewhere. And so you get sort of all these extremist groups that start to grow and develop because they have to use force and harm to go and get resources that they need. That impacts people here. That impacts people here. That's a national security issue to have insurgency groups growing in countries around the world. So it's another thing to keep in mind. Beyond the climate focus that we have, the economic focus that we have, the mobility issues, the energy issues, this is a national security issue as well. We need to keep that in mind as we continue to do this work. And national security issues don't have borders. It can get across borders around the world. We need to keep that in mind. So there's so many reasons why your presence here today matters. Let's continue to further this relationship. Let's continue to grow this relationship. We're hoping that for many, many more years to come, 4, 5, 6, 10 years to come, regardless of what I'm doing in the future, I want to be able to come back and see this relationship burgeoning and continuing to grow and to build and to create sustainable impact. So to all of you present, our friends and partners standing around the room, sitting and outside as well, we're very thankful for you taking the time to be here today and to continue to try to grow this relationship and partnership. And again, to our leader, Governor Newsom, for his outlook of wanting to embrace the world instead of build walls around it. So again, everybody, thank you very much. Let's go have fun outside. Thank you.
Thank you.